know what you're thinking. Did he fire 6 shots or only 5? Well, to tell you the truth, in all this excitement, I've kind of lost track myself. But Ian, this is a 44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world, and would blow your head clean off. You've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Man, move over and let me pass. Supposed to have to be pulling these hush puppies out your motherfucking ass.
Rudy Ray Moore.
What's going on, everybody? Man, that was a much harder intro to make. I don't have as many movies from this time frame that have iconic scenes in my mind, and so I didn't want to just do Jaws for 3 minutes. Right. So anyway,
I think we're all shocked that it wasn't just literally all Jaws. The whole fucking
I thought we were going to watch Jaws.
Right. We finally made it here, man.
Yeah, man. This is episode 10. This is This is it.
This is the whole. This is the whole reason Alan agreed to even do this.
I'm gonna have to figure out something else to do after this. I'm gonna have to figure out my Saturdays from now on. Fuck.
Yeah, I know. Got to rethink my whole life now.
I'm gonna have to get a life. The fuck,
right? So, I would say we'd go from 1969 back, but I'd have to watch a lot of movies to catch up on that. So I probably could come up with 5. So
Yeah, man.
But yeah,
back in time.
This wasn't near as hard for me. The ones I picked, I mean, I had the first 4 pretty much automatic. I did watch 5 or 6 movies to try to see which ones were going to be the back end. But I've been pretty locked in now 4 or 5 days. Last 3 or 4 movies I watched didn't make it, so nothing changed. So, what about you guys? Did y'all struggle at all on this one?
Yeah, it was hard.
Like previous.
This was hard.
The order, like others, the order was hard for me.
The order,
the top 10 was pretty easy. Weaning it down from there was kind of difficult. I had some changes on rewatch. I actually have to say
it was hard because there's a lot of movies I've seen in this time frame, but there's a lot that I've only seen one time. You know, they're not technically my favorite yet.
Right?
Yeah,
bro.
Well, me, I mean, I had probably at least 3 locked in off the top. I mean, they would never move. You know.
Yeah, I wonder what those are.
We're gonna have the same top 5.
You might be
just for example. Normally, whenever when we get ready to do another one, I usually pull out 80, 90, 100 titles to get started. Then I start dwindling them down. This one here, I had maybe 40 that I started with, so it was a much smaller group to choose from. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was
not really my sweet spot for movies, but some good ones.
Yeah,
but we'll see who's out there in the chat with us. Magic Hands, what's going on? CDU Banks, what is up? And now we can start, guys. Holland's here.
Let's do it. Yeah,
Holland. Hell
yeah!
Right,
just trying to get through all these Christmas movies. A lot of first time watches. Yeah, man, I haven't watched hardly any Christmas movies yet. I don't think I've watched any Christmas movies yet. So I got to get busy.
I've except for Christmas Vacation. That's obligatory. It's about the only one I've watched so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tony, what's going on?
Black Christmas.
All right.
CDU Banks, weird intro. Yeah. You know.
Came to the right place.
If
you're among friends.
The Finch Club Grand Prix is not on anyone's list, I will unsubscribe. Find a gun and a hooker, and yeah, you should just call the cops right now.
I've never heard of that.
By the way, hello, all of you great people. What's going on, Gizmo? Yeah, we had a really fun stream over on Brad's channel last night. You guys go check that out, man. That was a good time. We
that was a blast.
We deep dove into Batman versus Superman. And,
what was the consensus, by the way, at the end of that? Good or bad?
Well, Gizmo hated it.
I'm
Anthony and Alan loved it.
So everybody just became even more entrenched in their love or hatred of it.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think so.
Pretty much.
I don't
think nobody
love
changed
or hate it. You know, it's kind of like, I mean, it is what it is. You know.
Yeah. All right, Norton Rad 89 says better be seeing some Black Christmas up in here. Hello, everyone. What's going on?
Oh.
Hey. Baba Blu-ray, what's going on?
Oh,
Mika, appreciate you being here.
Hey, Mika.
There's the man. What's up? What's up, Johnny?
Johnny, what's up, man?
I was hoping Johnny was going to watch that intro. I wanted Johnny to see that Rudy Ray more, and he's a big fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, guys. Weird intro, but it was a lot of fun to make.
I give it a 5 out of 10. Being weird at all. I thought it was great.
I thought it was awesome, man.
I wanted to put the whole dueling banjo in there because it's so fucking fun to watch. But I figured nobody wanted to watch a 10-minute fucking dueling banjo. But that's a great fucking thing. And by the way, that man that started that old guy that started dancing in that, by the way, that was all that wasn't scripted at all. You see Burt Reynolds' face in the movie, he starts laughing. And the guys who started dancing, they said, fuck it, we left it in. So that was just some local yokel that just said, fuck it, I'm gonna start dancing. So Holland says, Mary Ellen Moffat, she broke my heart.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah. It may come up, it may not. Nobody knows.
That might, yeah. We'll see. It
might come up.
Maybe an honorable mention.
The only way it wouldn't come up is if they suddenly realized that Armageddon had been made in 1975.
All right, guys. We got 13 people out there. Appreciate y'all being here. Everybody hit the like button, subscribe to all these guys, all that shit. We're going to get started, guys. Ryan, if you're ready to go with your first one, man.
I'm ready, man.
Hold on, my Alexa's talking to me.
Are you ready?
Alexa, stop. Sorry.
By the way, I changed the name of your Alexa to Ryan.
That would be aggravating as hell.
Just to fuck with you.
And it always brings me up first. All right, there you go. Yeah. We'll get it right.
All right. as I'm sure everybody that's been watching habitually, why it would be my first question, knows there's a lot of movies in this time frame that are right up my alley. So this is going to be a very odd pick for me to start this thing off with, but I have to do it. I mean, it's top best movies, and for me, top favorite movies. And so I'm starting off with 1974 Mel Brooks. You saw it in the intro, Blazing Saddles.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome.
Odd for me to pick a comedy, but I love. I love comedies. I'm not just strictly a horror, zombie, slasher, thriller guy. But I love comedy, but I especially love Mel Brooks comedies. Talk about a movie that could not be made now.
Right.
I'm sure there's probably people out there that haven't seen this movie. If you haven't, go watch it immediately.
Yeah, quote some of the one-liners for the fans.
Yeah. Right. I mean, shut down pops.
Right.
Directed by Mel Brooks, actually written by a bunch of people, but one of the people that wrote this was none other than the legendary Richard Pryor. And we'll talk a little bit more about him in a second. Starring Cleavon Little, Gene Wilder, of course, Harvey Korman, Madeline Kahn, who is will always be one of my all-time favorite actresses of this time period, maybe of all time. Comedy Western would be a good way to describe it. But really, like Mel Brooks's movies, of course, you guys know me now. I got to get a little bit social and I guess stupidly highbrow about it, so bear with me. But the reason this movie, so there's a lot of racism in this movie, but it's comedic racism, right? And this is where Mel Brooks is absolutely, and everybody misses the point on this. And this is absolutely why you could not make this movie now. When you make the world is a horrible place. I mean, I hate to say it, but there's a lot out there that we all deal with. I see it particularly in what I do. But you think about what we've gone through in the last, I don't know, even just in your lifetime, but in the last 100 years, in terms of wars, in terms of you just name it. And so it's a scary kind of dark place. And what comedy does is it subsumes that, right? And so Mel Brooks gets a lot of grief, or he did back in the day, about, for example, the producers. The producers makes fun of Hitler and the Nazis, and so a lot of people went after Mel Brooks and said, how can you make a comedy about this? This was, the Holocaust was this horrible, serious thing. Remember, this guy Mel Brooks was a combat engineer in World War II, and he's Jewish, and he said that's the whole point. If you take away credence from these things by subsuming it, but you by making it stupid, you invalidate it almost. And so what's great about this movie is it really is it's not just ephemeral, it's eternally ephemeral. So the issues that it's making fun of, the time period of the movie is the late 1870s. So the racism part of that is making fun of that. When the movie came out in the 70s, they were still kind of dealing with a lot of that. In fact, so Richard Pryor wanted to play the lead role in this. And I don't want to take away from what Cleavon Little did, if you haven't seen it, but he plays the role of the sheriff absolutely well. I mean, just the perfect combination of deadpan and comedy. And Mel Brooks wanted Richard Pryor to be in the lead role for this, but Richard Pryor had some drug issues, and he had some maybe run-ins with the law. And so the studio very frankly said, we don't want a black man who's had problems with the law in a movie. And Mel Brooks, when it's said, and they just hit the a couple years ago now, 40-year anniversary of this movie, said he was begging people on his knees to let Richard Pryor be in this. And so that's kind of also what was going on. And you can fast forward this movie to today, and we're still dealing with issues. And kind of like, comedy takes this horrible, this thing, this very real thing, and it sort of lets us sort of digest it. So I'll leave it enough of that. His biting satire would be a great way to describe this movie. It's just, it's hilarious. Let yourself laugh at it, just because you know that it would never even be touched nowadays. Yet it's, for a movie that wouldn't be touched, it's in the National Film Registry. And it's on everybody's list of, all-time important movies. So Blazing Saddles is how we're going to kick it off, weirdly enough.
That's an awesome pick, man.
Who
was next, Brian or Dirk?
I think it was me.
Yeah, Brian, I think.
So
that's a great pick.
My number 5, like some of these movies I haven't seen in years. Like I haven't seen this movie in probably like 10 years now, but I had to make the list for me because I love it. Seen it a few times. Jack Nicholson, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh yeah,
I had to make the
just rewatched it for this.
We did. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Winner of 5 Academy Awards. You know, Jack Nicholson pretty much gets himself put in a mental asylum, basically, and Nurse Ratchet's there to calm them all down, and she's nuts. Louise Fletcher does a great performance as her. One of my most memorable people in this movie is, of course, Chief on the back there. He's one of my favorites in the movie, and there's all sorts of like notable cast members that are in like small roles in here, like Christopher Lloyd, Brad Dourif's in here a little bit.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito, yeah.
Danny DeVito. And it's funny you say Danny DeVito because the Chief's character reprised his role from this movie in an episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which that was kind of cool.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, this movie's just, I don't know, stuck with me over the years. It's funny because I was reading one of the trivia facts, and Louise Fletcher, the Nurse Ratchet character, she was upset that the fact that other cast members could laugh and be happy while she had to be cold and heartless. That near the end of production, she removed her dress and stood only in her panties, and to prove to the cast members she was not a cold-hearted monster. So I thought that was kind of fun to read. Yeah, and many of the extras were actually authentic mental patients. So a lot of the people running around were actually real mental patients. So I don't know. I really need to revisit this because I just remember loving it a lot, and I can't really talk too much about it, unfortunately. But yeah, that's my number 5.
It's a great movie.
Great pick. I love that movie.
Great pick.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And anytime Jack Nicholson can play a mentally challenged person, they need to cast him because he's perfect for that kind of role.
Yeah, he's not even mentally ill. He's acting mentally ill to get out of work.
Yeah,
prison. Jail time.
And the way they do his transformation from that, like what the institutionalization does to him is, I mean, the combination just between the writing and the directing and his acting is it's so subtle, but it works so well.
It just pours out of him so easily.
Yeah, he's a legend, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, my number 5, man. Y'all probably knew it was coming, but it's gonna be Black Christmas.
There it is.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I did. I went ahead and grabbed that shit too, But
Nice.
You got us all.
Haven't watched it yet, but it's got to be better than this shit, man. This transfer is kind of bad, but oh well. What are you gonna do?
Important Scream Factory. I like it, man.
Yeah. Hey, it has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with the movie.
I know.
But no, they're doing a little better, man. They're doing a little better. But no, man. So Black Christmas, man. Bob Clark, man. What can you say? John Carpenter, man, fucking ripped him off. Let me just say that shit out the gate. I mean, this is the first holiday horror movie ever made that I know that I'm aware of, especially like a slasher. Fucking the point of view, the first person point of view shots, and just a lot of shit looks just like Halloween. I mean, it looks fucking just like it, except Halloween is fucking blowed the fuck up. I mean, Bob Clark don't get enough fucking credit, but I'm just gonna start off like that. But like I said, this is recognized as one of the first slashers, alongside Texas Chainsaw, Bay of Blood, Mario Bava, Psycho,
Another
Peeping
movie
Tom.
They got ripped off like crazy. Bay of Blood.
Yeah.
Another movie that got ripped off like crazy, but Bay of Blood.
Bay of Blood, yeah. You'd say like what, Friday the 13th, right?
Definitely Friday the 13th, among others.
Yeah. But I just thought the whole idea that Bob Clark, he never shows the face of the killer. Never. You see one fucking eye through a crack. And the phone calls, man, it's so fucking creepy. It's like 3 fucking people talking. at one time, because I think it was two people actually talking. It was Bob Clark and someone else, one of the writers.
I knew one was Bob Clark. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's actually Bob Clark and somebody else speaking, doing them talking them when they're talking all shit, all that fucking "you pretty little cunt" and all that shit. Like, it's fucking insane. But yeah, I prefer Black Christmas over Halloween, man. Any day of the week. Just it still has genuine fucking still is chilling to me. You know, some of those shots, it's like fucking, I don't know how to explain it. The camera work or what the fuck it is, the whole vibe to it. That fucking phone, when it rings, it's like, I don't know how to explain that shit, but
one of the first movies I can remember where they used the phone like that. It's like the scream of its day, you know. It was really like an inventive way of doing things.
Yeah. And they're all gathered around, these sorority girls are gathered around the phone, and he's just talking all this crazy shit, you know, and just like, what is it that, I don't know how to explain it, man. It's you got to see the shit if you've never seen it. But I can go on about Black Christmas for a while. I didn't know this shit, that Malcolm McDowell turned down the role of Peter. That would have been fucking interesting.
That would have been, yeah. I didn't know that either.
This also is kind of like
that's only Peter ever turned down. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
But the original title was called "Stop Me." Really, you know, that'd
glad they changed that.
Yeah, that's
terrible name.
Shit, that'd have been a shit show. Bob Clark makes the audience use their mind, man. Like, everything's left up to the imagination on a lot of this shit, you know. Let's see. He called it Black Christmas because the irony of all this bad shit happening on Christmas, you know, and it's also like to the white Christmas shit. I mean, that's some shit I was reading. But he said, Bob Clark was saying that he spoke with Carpenter, and Carpenter asked if he was going to make a sequel to this. So I didn't know this shit either. Did y'all know this shit? So he asked him if he was going to make a sequel, and he said, no, this is a one-off, but if I did, it would take place in the fall. I would name it Halloween, and Billy would escape a fucking mental institution. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, that's like fucking insane, dude. But anyway, I'm gonna quit shitting on John Carpenter, but his respect points went way fucking down after doing the fucking research I did on this shit. But Black Christmas, man, check it out.
How about Jamie Lee Curtis? How you with her? She good?
Yeah, fuck her too, man. Donald Pleasance is the man. You know, John Carpenter made a good score. He made a great score, but
Olivia Hussey.
Halloween's still a great movie. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, this shit right here.
Man, how can one director make that movie, make Porky's, make A Christmas Story? He's got such a weird filmography. You know, movies.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's my number 5, man.
I think the thing that almost makes Black Christmas better than Halloween, though, is the way that it's the character suspense. Like, you don't really know what's going on with the dad and the drunk sort of closet alcoholic den mother. You know, there's a lot more to it than in Halloween. It's very cut and dry about who these people are, except for Mike Myers, of course. But I don't know. There's a lot more depth to the character plot, and it works in this movie. I think Carpenter missed that point.
Yeah, and it still leaves it up to, you know, what happens at the fucking end. You know, you really don't know. You really don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's an ambiguous ending.
With Halloween and this, Black Christmas, I don't know. Like, I watched it recently. It felt like there was a lot more isolation in Black Christmas.
Yeah.
They're alone versus Halloween. It's a town full of people.
Yeah.
You know, how hard is it to find help? You know, it doesn't seem like help's coming at Black Christmas.
And there's some other questions that I answered. Did he kill that girl, the little girl they found in the park? You know, you don't know. I mean, several things.
Stranger Calls, a lot of movies. Oh, that movie. You know.
Yeah.
Don't answer the phone.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that shit.
Well, my number 5, 1973, directed by Ted Post, Magnum Force.
Okay.
It's part 2 in the series, the Dirty Harry series. It takes place in San Francisco, like all Dirty Harry movies, basically. The movie follows Dirty Harry Callahan, played by Clint Eastwood, who's back on the job. He quit in the first one, or at least he would have been fine. I don't remember. They kind of murky. It's kind of murky how he got back on the force, but he either quit. He definitely quit. He threw his badge in the bay, but he probably would have been fired. I have no idea. But he's always on thin ice. Harry is always. It's always got the police commissioner is just going, this is your last strike, Callahan. You're a dinosaur. You got to get with the times and this and that. The old trope. But he's back on the job. This time he's after a vigilante killer in a California traffic cop's uniform, blowing away criminals all over the city. Which to me is a great premise. I love the vigilante, and he's in the cop uniform and all that stuff. And I think it works really well. And but you'd think like Harry might even be into this idea, because he wants to go right past the trial and the arrest and go right to the punishment generally. And in the beginning of the movie, in fact, he's chastised for shooting a rapist, an attempted rapist, and the mayor is going, well, how did you know you thought he was going to rape somebody? He goes, well, when a naked man is chasing a woman down an alley with a hard-on and a butcher knife, I shoot the son of a bitch. This is the kind of shit you got back then. And the mayor goes, I think you got a point there, but as the story develops, of course, it goes deeper than it appears on the surface. You get all your typical Dirty Harry trademarks, the constant pussy hound. He's got to be chasing chicks the whole time, or they're chasing him. It's what it seems like. But the one-liners, of course, the 44 Magnum, his god-awful fucking suits he's always wearing. He's always stuffing his fucking face, which I always love. In every movie, he's got to be stuffing his face, and he's got to criticize others for their eating habits, which is another. It has to happen. It's like he's bitching about something one day. I think it's in the fourth movie. He's bitching about with his partners there, and he's stuffing hot dogs on his face, and he goes, "I can't. You know what I can't stand? It's not the bodies and the dead horse. It's you and those goddamn hot dogs. I mean, nobody puts ketchup on a hot dog." And his partner's just like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And Harry decides to take time off after that one. But anyway, that's a different movie. So you get the 44 Magnum, the suits. And the hilarious mock racism every time. I don't care what his partner is, he's gonna mock him for his race, his nationality, his religion, his creed, whatever it is. And it's all done lighthearted, and of course, all the other cops participate in it. It's good fun around the way. Again, not something you could do anymore, but it works. The pistol gunplay. Nobody grabs a rifle or a shotgun. These are all cops, but they all have their little revolvers and stuff. Nobody decides to upgrade. They just, if you run what you brung. So of course, that's why Harry carries the 44 Magnum, because apparently the San Francisco police force, that's all they got is the pistol that they carry, which I thought was interesting. I mean, there's like terrorism attempts, and they're still showing up with their little snub-nosed revolvers to take down the terrorists.
The 38, police 38 special.
Yeah, the little 38 ankle gun. It's clear this time they got a real budget, which I like, and they put it all to good use. Harry takes down hijackers dressed as a pilot. When he comes out dressed as a pilot, I lose it every time. You just got Harry dressed up as a pilot with the pilot hat on, and I mean, this is not going anywhere good. Doesn't know how to fly a plane. He tries to fly a plane. I don't know. If you haven't seen it, it still works. I just watched it recently.
He tells the co-pilot, put it in fly mode. Or can we? Yeah. The guy looks like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. The co-pilot goes, I hate to ask you this, Captain, but do you know how to fly a plane? And Callahan goes, never had a lesson. He blows away multiple sets of armed robbers in the movie, different scenes, separate armed robberies. I think he's in robbery at the time. and he gets put back into homicide eventually. It was like his punishment. But I think personally, this is the best story in the franchise. You know, I love the corruption element and all that stuff with the, the
Dirty
just
cops.
the approach of it and everything. It's a good one, man. You get a lot of stuff in, and I think this is probably the best bang for the buck in the with the shootouts and just all the shit that goes on. Definitely.
I remember seeing that as a kid.
If you're gonna watch one, watch Magnum Force of the 5. But,
I remember seeing that as a kid with that one cop with the fucking aviators. That's the one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
It's just so fucking. I don't know, man. Fucking creepy as hell.
Yeah, it's dark
Yeah,
too.
it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Alan, you seen that one? What do you think of it?
A few times. I don't know. We'll talk more later.
You like that movie?
We'll talk more later. Yeah, hell of a pick, man. I can't argue with it. All right. This one here is my number 5, and it's going to be. You seen this in the intro? It's going to be Deliverance. And I actually did not own this on physical media. I found out, and I found this one on Amazon. It came in the mail today. I didn't even know it was a damn media, or what do you call these things? A digibook?
Yeah, I've been wanting that one, man.
So,
Oh wow.
yeah, so real nice release.
Was it
But,
pricey?
Anyway, no,
Shoot
it
him,
was like,
Shawnee. If he
15
moves,
bucks.
shoot him.
Yeah, like 15, 16 bucks. What bad.
All he had to do was squeal like a pig to get it.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Right. Oh, it's tiny thing.
Who stars in that movie anyway? That bald guy, or what's his name?
John Voight did the Voight.
John Voight. We'll get to that. Hold on. Talk about my rotation. This movie came out on August 18th, 1972. It was directed by John Borman. Stars John Voight, Burt Reynolds, Ned Beatty, and Ronnie Cox. This was Ronnie Cox's movie debut. Some of you younger guys, and I guess this movie's 30 years old, but Ronnie Cox was the head police guy in Beverly Hills Cop. That's probably what a lot of people recognize him from. This is Ronnie Cox's first movie.
Total Recall. Yeah. Paul Verhoeven.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Had a $2 million budget that made $46 million. Basically, intent on seeing that. I'm probably going to say this really wrong. Johnny can help me out in the chat here. This is his neck of the woods. Intent on seeing the Challahuasa River before it's dammed and turned into a lake. Outdoor fanatic Lewis Medlock, played by Burt Reynolds, takes his friends on a canoeing trip they'll never forget into the dangerous American backcountry. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting is a few weeks back, me and my wife went up to the mountains and we met up with Johnny. You guys know about all that. Well, we drove right through where they filmed a lot of this movie up. And Johnny tells me we're about 3 miles away from Rayburn County. He says, "Be careful. That's where they filmed Deliverance. That we're going through at 10 o'clock at night." So it was kind of funny. But they did use a lot of the locals from the town, whatever, for extras. So the people you see in the movie, for the majority, big surprise, they're not professional actors. They're just local yokels they threw out there. Like the guy you've seen in the intro, the guy that's dancing during the dueling banjos. All those guys were just standing around, just pretty much extras. They got paid like $65 just to kind of stand around and be, backwoods country guys.
Do what they do, right?
Be themselves.
You didn't even know there was a movie going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Right.
Burt
Reynolds broke his. I'm going to say this wrong. Maybe Dr. Ryan there can help me out. But Burt Reynolds broke his. I'm going to say this, but it's probably going to sound dirty. Burt Reynolds broke his coccyx. His coccyx. C-O-C-C-Y-X.
Coccyx.
Which is his tailbone. While going down,
there you go,
I should have just said tailbone, but it was too fun to say coccyx. All right. While going down the rapids when the canoe capsized, originally a cloth dummy was used, but it looked too fake, like a dummy going over a waterfall. While Reynolds recovered, he asked, "How did it look?" to the director. The director replied, "It looked like a dummy going over a waterfall." About Burt Reynolds doing it, so gave him no love for it. While filming the whitewater canoeing scene, Ned Beatty was thrown overboard and was sucked under by a whirlpool. A production assistant dove in to save him, but he couldn't surface for almost 30 seconds. The director asked Beatty, "How did you feel?" And Beatty responded, "I thought I was going to drown, and the first thought was, how will John finish the film without me? And my second thought was, I bet you that bastard will still find a way." To save costs and add to the realism, local residents, I already said that, local residents were cast. Dueling banjos, which is the most famous scene in the movie, other than the Pretty Mouth scene. Dueling Banjos was the first scene shot. The rest of the movie was almost entirely shot in sequence. According to the director, the gas station attendant's jig during the Dueling Banjos was unscripted. I already said that. Following the film, tourism increased in Rayburn County by tens of thousands by 2012. Tourism was the largest source of revenue in the county. John Voight's stunt double for the film, Claude Terry, later purchased equipment used in the movie from Warner Brothers. He founded what is now the oldest whitewater rafting adventure company on the Chattanooga River, Southeastern Expeditions. By 2012, rafting had developed into a $20 million industry in the region. Even though his character was very clumsy and uncoordinated, Ned Beatty was the only one of the four main actors with any experience previously as in a canoe before shooting. So he was the only one that's ever been in a canoe before. This is the movie Burt Reynolds appeared in as opposed to The Godfather. He was being considered for the part of Michael Corleone, but Brando said that if Burt Reynolds is in the movie, I quit. So needless to say, Brando always gets his way. Yeah. Burt Reynolds' breakthrough role, transferring him from a TV/B movie actor to being a film superstar. And later on, Burt Reynolds said that this was the best film he had ever made. This was his favorite movie he was in. I could definitely see this here. Sam Peckinpah wanted to direct the movie, but Sir John Boorman secured the rights. Peckinpah directed Straw Dogs instead. The sales of camping equipment plummeted, and the Appalachian camping industry was nearly bankrupt following the film's release. Not a lot of people wanted to go camping in the area after seeing this, which no big surprise. Yeah, but anyway, guys, that's what I got as far as notes. The movie itself, whatever, it's a classic for me. I've watched this movie 100 times growing up. Everybody knows the scene. Ned Beatty and John Voight. They get attacked by these two hillbillies, rednecks, whatever you want to call them, and they have their way with them. It's a very disturbing scene to watch. It really is. I think there's a Weird Al Yankovic song or something that goes something like Ned Beatty had the hardest part. It's like a take on a Tom Petty song, and it had to be a disturbing thing for Ned Beatty to do whatever. It's pretty hard to watch. It's pretty disturbing. Yeah. Of course, if you haven't seen the movie, you need to check it out at least once. I think there's some great whitewater rafting scenes. John Voight's great in this. John Voight's super young in this. It's one of my favorite Burt Reynolds movies, so you can't really go wrong. I had a great time rewatching it. But that is my
payoff's great too, man. The way that all that fucked up shit happens, and then the payoff, it's fucking great.
Yeah, I agree. It really is a great movie, and the disturbing part of it holds up.
And I know that there's somebody from, I don't know, from way up north, out west, another country watches this. This is going to make everybody's going to think this is what we're all like down here in the South. I promise you, we're not. I've been camping a lot. It's never happened.
I beg to differ.
So now Johnny may disagree. Johnny actually lives here. He lives right down the road. So maybe Johnny can clarify. But
I think it takes place in Virginia. I think it takes place in Virginia, doesn't it?
It's more the Mid-Atlantic. Yeah, it was filmed in Georgia, but
no, they're close to Atlanta. They reference Atlanta a few times in the movie, so they're actually
maybe so. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, they actually reference they're just like 50 miles out of Atlanta.
Well, let's be honest, Georgia's not really the South. Not anymore. It was at one time.
It's become like Florida.
I'll be right back.
And he just leaves. I had questions about. It's one of the all-time great rape revenge movies. That's definitely what it is. But how the fuck did they keep his fucking Burt Reynolds wig stapled to his head during all that water? Like, how did that not come off? That's my. He's wearing one of them Maury's wigs from Goodfellas.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Was he bald during this time? Because this was early 70s.
I believe he's been bald for this whole career. I believe that's what I heard.
Yeah. He's in his grave now, still full-headed, beautiful hair.
Beautiful hair. Wafted. It's awesome.
Right. When does that big box of Burt come out?
I don't know. It is sold out though. I'll check the other day. And
sold out.
All it says is sold. Yeah, sold out.
Sold out. Alan bought all the copies.
I bet Orbital come up with it.
Orbital gets some. Excited about that. Sure. They're allocated to some are allocated to Orbit.
All right, let's read the chat, guys, and see what's going on. So last night over on Brad's channel, when we did the stream, Gizmo pulled a title out. He may have pulled it out after we were backstage. But the title came with a piece of candy in it, like a chocolate covered Santa or something. You know, I would think that 2 years from now, that chocolate covered Santa is going to be a bad idea. But anyway, he says he's eating that candy right now in the limited edition of Monster Christmas movie. It tastes okay, but smells funny. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be fine.
You didn't tell you that title's from 2 years ago.
What is the Monster Christmas movie?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Gizmo has a Christmas
He
movie
sent me some
appointment.
pictures of it on Instagram before the stream started. It looks as odd as you would think. It looks like a pretty odd movie. Wild Wrangler says, "Hey, everybody late. What's going on, man?"
Oh,
The Blazing Saddles. Let me pre-read this. You never know about Gizmo. Our Blazing Saddles has the funniest scene in movie history. The 5D effects in that scene is just insane. What's going on, Allie? Appreciate you being here. Mel Brooks is great. The Producers is my favorite. Mika, Richard Pryor was the man. Yeah, he was. I remember when Harlem Nights was coming out, and I found out him and Red Fox and Eddie Murphy was going to be in a movie together, Del Reese. I don't think I've ever laughed so much on a first watch in theaters. I remember almost passing out one time during the whole Richard Pryor Del Reese scene. It's like classic. I love it.
Did you grab that on Blu-ray?
Half your comedians now wouldn't even exist without Richard Pryor.
Oh man, that movie didn't do as well as it should have done, man. It should have been an instant classic, and it kind of bombed in theaters. Well, I don't know why. It was a funny ass movie. All right, Sydney said my number 5 movie is A Conversation, 1974. Gene Hackman, John Cazale, and Alan Garfield, directed by Francis Ford Coppola. The Crisis of Conscience. Never seen that. I will add
That's a good one. I've heard of it. Yeah.
Blazing Saddles, very good, funny movie. Johnny, anytime you see Richard Pryor's name in the credits on anything, Paul Mooney's name isn't far behind. 2 legends that helped shape and mold everything, including Sanford and Son. Yep. Gizmo said, I completely agree with Mel Brooks. We should all think of Hitler as a clown, the Nazi Germany as a circus, and everyone from Germany as prostitutes. Mel Brooks is great. Yes, Johnny, Paul Mooney, legend. Maybe the prostitutes is not so much Brooks and more
Ilsa.
But anyway, I agree to them. Okay.
Ilsa, the she-wolf of the SS. There's a movie if you've never seen it.
Oh yeah, pick that bootleg up. That's a badass movie. It's right up there with it's a Beast in Heat type movie.
Oh yeah. I love Ilsa She-Wolf.
All right, I was liking Brian's shirt there.
Oh, thanks.
One Flew of the Cuckoo's Nest, crazy movie, but very good movie. I agree. Wild Wrangler, Louis Fletcher, R.I.P. Nurse Ratched, Louise Fletcher. Yep. Gizmo says, I always feel home when I watch One Flew of the Cuckoo's Nest. Great pick. Right. Mika says, One Flew of the Cuckoo's Nest, great film. Enjoyed the book as well. I never read the book. They made a book out of that? Okay.
Yeah, get the book.
Hey, everyone. Hope everyone's doing great. All right. Black Christmas is so sexy, so dark, so scary. One of the best horror movies in history. Saw it 2 months ago. We'll rewatch it next week. Yes, Black Christmas, just classic. One of my top 5 slashers and one of my favorite films to watch around the Christmas season. Yeah, I'm going to check out that 4K maybe tomorrow if I get time. It says, Dirk and everyone else, do you guys like the 06 remake of Black Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
I did. I thought it was great. I thought it was really well done.
Dirk loves
it. It's okay.
I need to rewatch it before I can give an opinion. It's been a long time. I've only seen it once.
I think they revealed too much. That's my thing with it. Like I needed to see yellow jaundiced skin on Billy, and I didn't need to know he's screwing it. His mom was raping him and all this shit. I don't know what the fuck all that.
Making Christmas cookies out of people and eating them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
Pulling out people's eyeballs and eating them.
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. The eyeball shit too. I mean, it's a bit much, but what are you gonna do?
All right, Say No James show. What's going on?
My brother
Steve Mars. Greetings, friends. What's going on, Steve?
Nice.
Appreciate you being here. Well, Bob Clark made best Christmas movies.
He did make some good ones for sure.
So Black Christmas always makes me want to call people I don't like. Anthony, what's going on, man?
What's up, Anthony?
Anthony joined us on that stream last night, man. It was a fun stream.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. You guys did a great job.
Let's see everyone's shirts. Yeah, mine's just a Rocky shirt. Nothing special.
This is a Dickies shirt I bought in bulk. These go right in the
Haynes
trash
number-
when I'm done with them.
Haynes number 5.
Yeah.
All right. And guys, just so you all know, just to speed things up, if I start seeing Hayes, I'm not going to read all the Hayes. I'm just going to skip over them. Ready can see Hayes. Everybody's seeing Hayes.
Yeah.
All right. Wall Randall says, Dirt, love Nightmare poster.
No, appreciate it, man.
All right, Khalil, what's going on? Halloween 1 is far better than Black Christmas. Stop it, LOL. Christmas has a stellar cast, which makes it more man when it doesn't land. Psycho 1 over both. Wall Wrangler, then mother cracks me up every time.
Oh yeah, she fucking hides
Like
it.
she's
Got Force, great
she's got-
movie.
Right, she's got booze in the toilet.
Yeah.
I gotta say though, Olivia Huss, man, I'll take her over Jamie Lee Curtis any day. Any day. I think she's a better actress. I mean,
Yeah. All right, I need to rewatch the Dirty movies. Have not seen them for years. There's a porn spoof called Horny Harry.
I bet you like that one more, Gizmo.
Yeah, it's good. Anthony's horror more. Can you tell RoboCop that I want the phone number to Verhoeven? I need to ask him for Showgirls too. All right, One Real Nerd. Hello, how you doing? What's going on? Deliverance, good movie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Pretty Mouth. Good one, Pops. Deliverance, what a movie. Yeah, it's unique as hell. Hollow Notes. Joe, what?
Yo, what?
Wild Wrangler, Burt Reynolds. All right, Showgirls 2 already exists, buddy. It's called Showgirls 2, Pennies from Heaven. I could probably get you that guy's autograph. Cool stuff, really extra, or just trying. Brad literally lives in Deliverance.
Unfortunately, yes.
Seeing the Tiny Toons, how I spent my summer vacation, that pays tribute to Deliverance is just amazing.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I'm back on another year live streams. What's going on, man? Our Showgirls 2, Pennies from Heaven sounds like a drag queen porn movie. I love Verhoeven. I think Verhoeven would do better. But I think about it, it would stay far away from the porn spoof of Deliverance.
Okay, yeah.
All right, number 5 is The Wicker Man. If you haven't seen the film, then you owe it to yourself to check it out. This is the king of creepy cult films. The songs in the film definitely add to the atmosphere.
Yep,
Yeah,
couldn't agree more, Anthony.
Legendary folklore.
Gizmo says, I believe you, Pops. If you can say right now, squeal like a pig. All right. San Jose James show. I'm watching Ash vs. Evil Dead at the moment while on the phone with y'all. Hey, man, sounds like a good night.
Good series.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Right up my alley right there.
Batman vs. Superman fucking rules. Yeah, I agree, man.
Let's just settle down a little bit.
He gave it an A out of 10.
Yeah.
Let's take it down a notch now.
An A out of 10.
Miss Caveman, how you doing, dear? Mika says, Harlem Nights is classic, one of my favorites. Great all-star cast. Yes, Pops, that scene with Della Reese is gold. Yeah, man, I miss all those guys, man. Della Reese, man.
Yep.
I wasn't very familiar with her until I seen that movie. But man, she's my favorite part of the whole film, I think.
I'll tell you
What a
though, man,
legend.
Pryor, I love Pryor, but man, I'll tell you somebody else. Red Fox, dude. Red Fox.
Now, Red
Oh,
Fox
yeah.
is gold, man. He's
Yeah.
gold. And he was a king in our house. My dad, if Sanford and Son's coming on TV, you better shut up. He was watching some Sanford.
I'm talking about some of his stand-up
I-
too, though. His stand-up
Yeah.
was fucking
His
Oh, yeah.
stand-up was hilarious,
Oh, yeah.
man. It had a lot of depth to it. So did Pryor, though.
Yeah.
The Harlem Nights is the one where Arsenio Hall is shooting that little gun. He keeps like waiting till everybody's done shooting, and he shoots at one time,
Oh, yeah.
and everybody keeps getting mad at him. Is that the scene?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
That's the same. That being said, that Arsenio Hall was my least favorite part of that movie. Just all his freaking out, crying shit that goes on too long. That's the only part I would take away. I don't like Arsenio Hall in that movie, and I like Arsenio Hall. He's okay. He used to watch the show all the time, but I didn't like him in that movie very much. Got on my nerves. Hey, make a caveman. I just said I wasn't going to read those. Anyone seen Violent Night yet? No, but I want to. I watched Brian's and Coco's review on that. It's definitely one I want to watch. I'll probably wait for streaming.
Brian loved it.
And, hello. All right, that's a badass extra shirt. Yeah, it is.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh yeah.
Thing of nightmares. Anthony says, I thought Violent Night was pretty good, a little too long, and the parents of the kid were kind of annoying, but Santa and the little girl did a great job.
Yeah.
Black Christmas 06, Hot Women in Film.
Preach.
This caveman
Preach,
saw Violent Night. Anthony saw more Monsters Christmas is better than Batman versus Superman. The candy is sexier than Wonder Woman. Sorry, Pops.
Whoa.
Yeah, come on now. Come on now.
Don't you ruin her gravy.
Cancel a lot of plans coming up with Gizmo on Pop's request.
The Thunder
After that
Cloud.
See, you can't talk about Wonder Woman. I lose track of my track of track. Orville, all 3 seasons on Disney Plus now, which is awesome because you don't have to watch commercials. And Cal says, "Hey, the caveman. All right, we are caught up, guys. We can move on to our next round." Appreciate all the comments, everybody.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we're doing good, man. We're under an hour.
Yeah, look at that. 50 minutes.
Don't jinx us, man. I ain't gonna say nothing this time.
Right? Yeah, I got an early day tomorrow. Don't be doing that crap. All right, number 4. Here we go. This is I find that this movie, a lot of people have never seen this movie. It did become a mini series. People have seen that. This was a while back, and then it got a little bit of a rebound of popularity, but then it kind of got forgotten again. This is one of my all-time favorite movies. This is one of my all-time favorite underrated movies, and one of my all-time, what I think is the biggest of underrated movies. 1971 sci-fi thriller, The Andromeda Strain. Directed by Robert Wise. A lot of people who so here's a sci-fi movie, right? So you typically sci-fi movies, you're talking, or horror movies like Roger Corman. You're these B-level directors. Let me just read some of the things that Robert Wise has been involved with and directed. West Side Story, Sound of Music, won Academy Awards for both of those. Editor for Citizen Kane, The Haunting, Day the Earth Stood Still, Run Silent, Run Deep. I mean, this guy is a across all genre phenomenal director. And he made this sci-fi movie, which is fantastic. Based on Michael Crichton's 1969 novel of the same name. This was Michael Crichton's first novel that he actually published under his own name. It's a great read. This is one of the few times that the book and the movie are almost identical, except for just a very, very, very few differences. And it translates into film so well. For those that don't, Michael Crichton's one of my all-time favorite authors. He's a doctor, graduated from Harvard. He kind of knew, even as he was going through med school, that he was sort of a little bit disillusioned with it, wanted to be a writer, had been writing and publishing to pay the bills under a pseudonym. Unfortunately, we lost him. He died of lymphoma a couple of years back. He was only 66. This movie is about, it starts off with 2 Air Force guys. And they're going out to recover a crashed satellite in the middle of the desert, out in the Nevada desert. And they get into this little town where the satellite's crashed, and absolutely everyone is dead. And they can't figure out why. And it goes from there. And then everybody that comes into contact with wherever the satellite was starts to die. And the whole premise of this movie is how these Air Force guys handle, and these scientists get together and handle this situation. This predates things like Contagion. It predates everything. And if you want to watch a movie that truly pulls from what makes a very realistic description of how things would probably go down in one of these situations, this is the movie. And so essentially what they do is they recover this satellite, and they need to figure out what it is. Is it an alien? Is it a bacteria? Is it a virus that's causing all these people to die? And they take it down into an underground bunker. And it's a bunch of researchers, and they all get together, and they have this protocol that if they can't figure it out, everything's going to get just basically nuked. And then it goes from there. It builds suspense. Michael Crichton, you're going to hear me say this a couple times tonight because I think it's important in this decade of movies. He is the master of something called verisimilitude, right? And that's the appearance of truth. In the book and in the movie, he creates whole documents, whole theories that are so believable. They must be real. There's this thing called the one-man hypothesis, and they talk about it in the movie and in the book. And you actually you go look it up because you're like, this has got to be a thing. And then you realize, no, he just created this. It's called the false document thing. He would put in his books that actually look like actual documents, like came from the Pentagon. And you just believe it. And it sells in this movie. It's a great movie. It's suspenseful. It's one of the earliest. The guy that worked on the special effects for this is one of the ones. He was an early pioneer of using computers to do computerized graphics. It sort of predates CGI. But they would take camera shots and then use computers to make what looked like computerized images. It's done really well. It's crazy how well it holds up. I've seen this movie, I can't tell you how many times. Yeah, I know I am a little bit biased to lean towards movies like this. But if you haven't seen it, you watch it. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. It's not a movie that you'll be able to stop watching just because of the suspense it builds. The acting is phenomenal, and of course, Robert Wise's directing is phenomenal. A lot of people forgot about this movie, but when you go back and read about what people in the film world think about it now, it's at the top of everybody's lists for a number of reasons. So, if you've never seen The Andromeda Strain, which I always find a lot of people who haven't, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. I'm not familiar with that one at all.
I've heard of it, but never watched it.
I know I've seen it, but I don't remember shit about it.
It's
it's before Contagion and before like Breakout, shit like that.
It's before Break. All of that. And by the way, the science in this is very real.
I'm gonna tell you what come to mind though when you first started talking about it. Have you ever seen a movie called Coma?
Yes.
Is it
Yep.
the same kind of vibe? Not really, but Coma always fucking. As far as like the atmosphere, I'm not talking about what's happening, but you know.
Yeah, it does. It has that. If you like Coma, you would love this movie.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't remember it. I know I've seen that shit, but I don't remember it.
Yep. Yeah, and the science, but and I'm not saying that this like Breakout and all that, Contagion, all very good, very real science. But I think that's Michael Crichton's genius is he saw this. I mean, and he always in all of his books, obviously Jurassic Park, he's very much a cautionary tale about what happens if we let technology. He's not anti-technology, but if what technology could do, what the dark side of technology could be. And so he really kind of he does a great job at predating a lot of people in this, a lot of future authors and a lot of future filmmakers about what could happen in a situation where we have a runaway situation.
Oh yeah, man! I'm gonna check it out. It's been
Brian,
many years.
Add that one to the list. Never seen it.
You got it.
Oh, it's Brian, man.
Oh,
Brian's next.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say, hey, Dirk, what's up?
Yeah, so my number 4 number was it number 5?
Number 4.
4.
Is it it might not be number 5 because we got 6 this time.
No,
it's still top 5.
Still top
It's
5.
still top 5.
It's top 5. Oh, okay. So I have an extra title here then.
And two honorable
mentions.
We just had 6. We just had 6.
Still 7 total.
Yeah.
Brian's got 3
next
honorable
year.
mentions now.
Just do 3 honorable mentions this time, Ryan.
Right?
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, then I'll just bump it up. Here we go.
Yeah, I thought about that too, though. To be honest with you, I
was thinking about that. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do The Exorcist is number 4.
Oh yeah,
hell yeah.
Dirk
just pissed himself.
Well, Dirk's like, that's number 4. What? Yeah, I don't know really. I know Dirk's gonna delve into this a lot more deep than I will. William Friedkin, awesome. Reagan story, whatever. I don't know, man.
There's a little girl in it.
A little girl in it. Her name's Linda Blair and Reagan. She becomes
a dehydrated little girl. She's pissing like bright golden colored fucking piss everywhere.
There's this fucking like crazy statue that
she's got a terrible UTI.
Terrible UTI. Yeah, she spews up.
Just always fucking with the cross.
She spews up some green liquid stuff.
Crucifix masturbation,
But yeah, it's just the demonic possession movie that pretty much started it all, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know if there might have been stuff before this. It was kind of similar, but nothing.
Not on that level. Yeah,
not on this level. This movie still scares me. It still scares all of us pretty much. So, you throw this on. You can't throw this on with the child in the room. There's just no way in hell, unless you like want to scar him. Basically, it's how we all grew up.
Right. Yeah.
Great performances. Ellen Burstyn's is great in here. I don't know who plays the priest. I forget his name in real life.
Max von
Jason
Snell.
Yeah.
You talking about the old priest, or you talking about Father Karras, the younger dude?
The old priest.
Oh, Max
Yeah,
von Sydow.
Max.
Yeah. Great job. Yeah, I don't know. Exorcist is just all-time classic movie.
And your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Mother Six Cocks and
Yeah.
Hell.
Oh yeah.
Great pick.
Yep.
And what's terrible is not, I mean, it's, we'll talk more about it later, but it's funny now that I see it and I can't see past the Scary Movie spoof that they did on it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's
Dumb.
Yeah.
Your mother's in here with us, Karis. Mom, would you get out of
Yeah.
there?
Will you get
Natasha
out of there,
Lyonne.
Mom?
Have you ever seen Repossessed with Leslie Nielsen?
Piece
Linda
of-
Blair's in that one. And
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
you know, that came
Sure.
before.
She looks wild in that movie too, like pretty crazy.
Yeah. They clowned on it.
Great pick.
Yeah, man, that's a
Yeah, man.
fucking classic, man.
Right.
Mike comes later.
Well, this is gonna be my number 4. Stanley Kubrick, you know, the Korova, Milk Bar, Adrenochrome, Ultraviolence. And that's Clockwork Orange.
Good
Oh, yeah.
pick.
Yeah, man. Alex is he's
Alex
a hell of a
Allard.
character, man. This takes place in the future, and it's
A little Ludwig von.
yeah,
Ludwig man.
big time in the Ludwig van Beethoven, whatever, von Beethoven, however you say it. But anyway, it takes place in the future. He's got like these 4 guys, they call them droogs. It's the whole language in this shit is like a Russian slang mixed with English. Kubrick, you know, out of the book, that's how it's explained. It's like a Russian slang mixed with English and shit. But anyway, it's the ultimate what comes around goes around movie. The Alex and his 4 droogs, which they beat an old bum, save a woman from a gang rape, and get in a gang fight, then do a home invasion themselves, beat a husband and rape his wife all in front of him. All this happens in the first 15 minutes of the fucking movie.
Alex Allard just singing in the rain. He's thrilled.
Yeah.
He's having a great time.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to that. That's some
Yeah.
fucked up shit. But yeah, the singing in the rain bit, that was all improv by Malcolm McDowell.
Mm.
And Kubrick loved it. Like, you know, he told him to do something. Like, so he just started fucking doing that shit, man. But so anyway, ultimately what I think this movie's about is like when a man, there's one line in the movie that explains the whole movie. When a man cannot choose, he ceases to be a man. So they're trying to do this the experimental science on these inmates and shit, where they basically have no fucking free will at all. Anything from their like violence, or they'll just get there and make them a bunch of pussies, really, man. Like they just, you know, they can't do shit. They just ball up like a little baby and shit in their pants.
They just get nauseous.
Yeah.
Relative to today.
But yeah, great movie, man. I've seen this movie. I couldn't tell you how many times I've seen this shit. But the first time I seen it, I was actually watching it with a female, and she fucking freaked the fuck out. Like she started freaking the fuck out. I was young, man. I was like 17. She was 17. You know, was watching this shit. She freaked the fuck out on this movie. There's on that scene, you know, where the home invasion scene. But anyway, I'm rambling. But
Did she leave?
no, I've had to turn the movie off. I had to turn the show
I was
off.
ready to go. Well, I was 17.
It disturbed her that
17.
bad.
I was
Yeah.
17.
gonna
She's
say-
32.
Yeah, it
I was gonna
disturbed
say,
her that bad. I had to turn the shit off.
Derek, we need to
She
work.
was-
We need to work on your first date movies.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was like,
Have you
gotta
seen
watch
Deliverance?
It's called The Initiation. You know.
Listen, I've got 5 movies here. They're all Kubrick.
this. Right. So anyway, so here's some little facts that I found out about some trivia shit. Malcolm McDowell met Gene Kelly from Singing in the Rain, and Gene Kelly was disgusted at him. He was upset about how he did Singing in the Rain, his signature dance shit, and that whatever.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't fucking talk to him. He just he told him how upset and disgusting that shit was for him to do that shit. And he knew that he came up with that on his own. You know what I'm saying? So, but the doctor that's over Alex when he's doing the Ludovico treatment, the doctor's keeping his eyes, from drying up. That's a real doctor doing that shit in the movie. And the metal things to keep his eyelids open cut his fucking cornea. So he was blind for like I think a month, he said. A few weeks, some shit like that.
Damn.
But so let's see what else. Oh yeah, Kubrick introduced the snake when he found out McDowell's fear of reptiles. Like a snake, the
Spit snake, yeah.
I can't think of the name. I used to know it. I usually know the shit, but anyway. So it was a sick joke Kubrick was playing on fucking McDowell, that he had to fucking deal with that fucking snake. And it had to be his best friend or whatever. But Kubrick's first cut ran almost 4 hours before he hired several editors and had his assistant destroy all the unused footage. So he's not one to, like a lot of these directors today, man, they'll edit their own shit, They don't, you know what I mean? McDowell, yeah, I just said all that about with the humiliation. He got his ribs broke. McDowell got his ribs broke during the humiliation scene when the fucking dude's fucking pointing his finger at him, smacking him around and shit, kicking him and shit. And there was like a big uproar in the UK, man. The people were tripping the fuck out. Kubrick's family was getting death threats because of this film, because people were running around doing some violence and shit, anarchy type shit, and they were blaming it on this movie. So Kubrick withdrew the film from the UK and banned it himself until I think 2003. I believe that's right. Don't quote me on that shit, but yeah, man. Yeah, I think I covered pretty much most of it. I got one quote. Viddy well, little brother, viddy well. It's funny how the colors of the real world only seem really real when you viddy them on the screen. I was cured, all right. Like he says that's at the end. He's like, I was cured, all right.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's my take, man. I might have fucked all that up, but that's my fourth pick.
Great pick, man.
It's a great pick.
Hell yeah, awesome pick.
Well, my number 4, 1973, written and directed by Sergio Martino. Torso. Yeah. There's 2 big Giallo names out there, Argento, Fulci, but this is number 3. This is the guy. He should be in those. He made films of that quality during the same time, but he just kind of seems to be overshadowed. But this is a wholly original take on a Giallo. It's a very interesting play on the whole, even typical. It's atypical of Giallos because it starts out one way and at the end it becomes a totally different movie. But anyway, the movie follows. It takes place and is shot in Italy, of course. The movie follows a group of college girls in Italy while a series of murders are taking place around the town. It's these classic, old man mystery stories that the older I get, the more decrepit I become, the more I like them. The murders are taking place around town, and the killer is, again, wholly original. The masked killer with the gloves, that's typical of Giallos. He's running around with a scarf, and just the way he behaves is what makes it interesting. using the scarf as the killing and all that stuff, but he's eye gouging people's eyes out, and he's like this titty obsessed fucking madman. That's the best way to describe him. Like if there's a woman about to die, she's getting her shirt ripped off. He's gonna fondle her dead body. I mean, it's just like it's depravity squared, basically.
He's a mean motherfucker too, man.
Yeah, he's vicious, vicious and brutal, mean spirited. Killer. All these Italian films, they have a certain style to them. Like I said, they're a certain level of depravity. This is beyond that. This is a great example, but again, it's beyond that. And again, it changes. So it starts out pretty typical with great imagery, of course, really solid, all shot on location. And in the third act, it becomes atypical, and it works. It's very ahead of its time. I mean, I'm being vague about it because it is a mystery. I don't want to spoil it, but in the third act, it becomes kind of like, an isolation type situation. The lead character is locked in a mansion with the killer, and the killer doesn't know she's there. And I've never seen that before or since in any kind of Giallo movie. So that's what you remember is the third act. Because the rest of it's kind of typical Giallo fare. I mean, again, a little bit crazier. There's like weird hippie parties going on all the time.
Right.
Hippie parties happening 24/7. But once you get into that third act, that's when it becomes something special. And I won't spoil it any further. If you haven't seen this one, definitely check this out. There's a really cheap Blue Underground release, or you can get this one. I don't think there's a 4K yet, but this is one I think a lot of people haven't picked up on. If you like Argento and all that stuff, you'll definitely like Martino. And this is probably his best movie. So check this one out.
Yeah, Torso is great, man.
That's a great pick, man.
Yeah,
I think that Torso gets missed a lot because of Argento, and I think it's unfortunate.
If you liked Argento, Deep Red, stuff like that, you'll like.
Torso is like you could argue that Torso, because it came out 73, right? 72, 73. Okay,
yeah,
73.
So you could argue that was the first slasher. You could argue that shit. I mean, it's almost a slasher.
Yeah, it is at the begining, and like I said, at the end, it becomes something different. But like I said, you're in it for that third act. Once that third act happens, you're gonna go, oh, well, this is interesting. This is
it's such a flip from the beginning of the movie that I think just the fact that it flips so much is what really draws you in. I mean, even without being curious about how it's going to end, you're just what just happened?
It's not even
such an obvious transition.
It's got a perfect track. You know right where it's going. You're like, oh, the killer's going to be a woman or something, and it's all going to get wrapped. She's going to get her head cut off. It's all going to get wrapped up nicely. This and that. And instead of a hard right or even a U-turn, they rolled the whole fucking car over. Mm-hmm. I mean,
it's like a completely different movie all of a sudden.
Yeah. I love what they did there.
But it works so damn well.
Yeah. It works. It works really well. Yeah. But again,
I enjoyed it. Me and Ryan watched it here in the room. But it was early. It was this year. We watched it for the first time. It was my first time watching it. And I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's a good pick, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, well, I'm not breaking any ground here. I got to agree with my buddy Brian there. I'm putting The Exorcist at number 4. This could have been higher, but there's it really
could have been higher. Could have been higher, but he said, "Fuck Dirk."
Yeah.
But no, I do not have a slip. I used to have the Blu-ray steelbook of this and sold it like a dumbass. So, but anyway, this is a fucking classic movie. This movie terrorized me as a kid. First time I watched it was on TV, probably in '79, somewhere around that time. Whatever, I watched this on TV and scarred me for a while. And to this day, my oldest son always gives me shit, whatever, because me and him we watched a ton of horror movies together, and he loves this movie. And it took me a while to kind of come around because this was one movie that I would every time he wanted to watch it, I'd be like, "Fuck that movie, I ain't watching it." So it really, really fucks with me, and it's just the way that I'm giving it credit because of that, because not very many horror movies really scare me like that. This one here still does. I've seen it 100 times. There's some disturbing shit in this movie, and the movie was a huge fucking hit. $11 million budget, made $233 million in the States, over $441 million worldwide. So it was a fucking massive hit. Stars Ellen Bernstein, Max von Sydow, whatever, if I'm saying that right. He plays a much older guy in the movie because of makeup and stuff. I think he was only like 35 or 40 when this movie was shot. But he's made up to be a much older guy, whatever. And also, of course, stars Linda Blair. But due to the death threats against Linda Blair from religious zealots who believe the film glorified Satan, I don't know why they thought that. Warner Brothers had bodyguards protecting her for 6 months after the film's release. On the first day of filming the exorcism sequence, Linda Blair's delivery of her foul-mouthed dialogue so disturbed the legitimately Max von Sydow that he actually forgot his lines. Kind of fucked him up. The highest grossing Warner Brothers film of all time when adjusted for inflation. If adjusted for inflation, this would be the highest rated R-rated movie of all times, which that's no big surprise. Upon its initial theatrical release, the film affected many audiences so strongly that in many theaters, paramedics were called to treat people who fainted and others who went into hysterics. When this movie come out, nobody's ever seen any shit like this before. I mean, it's 2022, and this is still hardcore. You know, when this came out in 1973, could you imagine? There's actually a really cool documentary I found on YouTube. It's like an hour long. That really goes into a lot of where they had film crews in filming, like the audience actually sitting out in the lobby. People that have walked out of the theater, they were sitting outside. They looked all flushed and all fucked up. Movie really, really affected a lot of people. It was a big deal. Though often cited as one of the most shocking scenes in cinema, the crucifix masturbation scene was actually greatly toned down from that of the novel. In the source book, the scene is much longer, gorier, and sexually explicit, with Reagan suffering a broken nose, butchery of her genitals, and orgasm. So, Ellen Bernstein received a permanent spinal injury during filming in the sequence where she is thrown away from her possessed daughter. A harness jerked her so hard away from the bed, she fell on her caucus and screamed in pain. I guess they had weak caucuses back then. So I got two different notes from two different movies.
It was just rougher with the motherfucking actors back
stupid
then.
coccyx.
Every time.
So if you watch the
so gentle with
that
them
scene,
these days.
right?
Yeah, trust me, that coccyx.
Watch the movie, and you see her get pulled back, whatever. You know, you hear her scream out in pain. She really did fuck her. She still has that
you
problem.
You can see it on her face. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. This is the film debut of Jason Miller. He received an Oscar nomination for his role as Father Karras in the film. The role almost went to Jack Nicholson, but the director thought he looked too unholy to play a priest. Imagine that. The Exorcist is the first horror film to be nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture. The only other one is Get Out, Jaws, The Silence of the Lambs, and The Sixth Sense. Were all nominated, and The Silence of the Lambs won. But these other films are not designated as horror films on IMDb. They're like suspense thrillers.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of interesting. But yeah, man, this movie, like I said, it fucked with me growing up. It still fucks with me to this day. Like I said, which I think is a big credit to the movie. It's disturbing as hell. It really is. If this movie came out today, I would still be like, what the fuck did I just watch? I can't imagine when this movie came out in the early 70s. I would have loved to have seen it in the theater back then to get that first experience. But yeah, this great fucking movie, man. I love it. It's a all-time classic for me. I can't say enough good things about it.
Great pick, man.
But yeah. All right. Let's catch up on the chat, guys. All right, Carlos, damn Pops, you didn't like Arsenio Hall at Harlem Nights? It's crazy out there. Yeah, I like Arsenio Hall. Just his character got on my nerves after a while. He had a couple funny lines. Wild Wrangler, great second TikTok.
Sweet, thanks, man.
Hey. Gizmo said, never seen that film, actually. I have the Arrow release. Now I really want to see it. I always thought it was like weak Oscar kind drag fest. All right, my number 4 movie is Three Day of the Condor, 1975, Redford and Dunaway, directed by Sidney Pollack. Be careful who you trust.
That's a great movie.
All right, Batman versus Super Baby.
Yep.
First time saw the Andromeda Strain on TV. Gizmo said, but the doctor changed my mind now. The Andromeda Strain will be watched in January.
Nice.
You'll like it.
Right, what is the worst?
It's great filmmaking.
What is the worst superhero movie you've ever seen? See if Anthony answers back in a minute. Gal saying, what's up?
Trini's in the chat.
Poop Andromeda isn't available anywhere to stream anywhere.
He's probably got the Arrow. He just doesn't even know it.
caveman movies. Well, maybe Arrow has it since they released the physical.
Arrow has a
great,
free streaming service.
Yeah. All right. So watch Scary Movie 2 again. The Exorcist is more manageable afterwards. Gizmo said, The Exorcist gives me hope that I'm not a complete failure, even in the toughest of times. I still have juice in my balls. I love the film. All right.
Yeah. Juice in the ball.
Jamie, what's going on?
All time,
That's
Jamie.
the quote of the night right there.
Ball
Yeah.
view.
Yeah.
This will put some juice in your balls.
So hey Anthony, how we doing tonight? A+ out of 10.
Yeah.
All right. Wild Wrangler says repossessed. LOL. Hey, Jamie Hart's Hey the Cow. City Base says Clockwork Orange, a deranged movie, but a good one. Clockwork Orange is one wild ride. I love it. All right. Gizmo says Clockwork Orange is not only a great movie, it's like a Bible to any movie made before and after. It's the only non-horror movie that makes me scared. I would say I'm about 85% out of 100%. James, I must be a weird chick because I both watched and read A Clockwork Orange by the time I was 16 and enjoyed it. Well, you're in the right place, Jamie.
I was going to say you're in the right.
Says, Dirk,
you're among friends.
Dirk, The Exorcist keeps getting funny every time I see it.
Keeps getting funnier every
It's
single time I
just
see
laugh
it.
a minute.
Just like Platoon.
But that,
That's what my son says. He says it's a dark comedy.
he was quoting Beetlejuice right there.
Yeah.
And he's like, Exorcist keeps getting funnier every single time I see it.
Every single time I see it.
Okay.
You're in the right stream, Jamie. Yeah. India fan, what's going on, man? I was super disturbed by the first time I watched Clockwork Orange. Wasn't quite ready for the flick. Bought it blind on a VHS at a local store. Subtitles and humor went over my head the first time. Yeah,
on top of them using slang, they're also British. So
right.
It's hard to even understand in the first place.
Go and have subtitles on. Which I have subtitles on all my shit because I'm old and blind and crippled and crazy. Wild Wrangler says, Dirt, quote, LOL. Jamie Hart says, hey, Indy. Andy says, Video Gizmo. Some of the worst superhero films that I've seen would be Hulk with Eric Bana. I do agree with that one. Elektra and Birds of Prey. Yeah.
He said pick one. Pick one.
Every time. He cannot follow directions at all.
Wrangler says, film quote, yeah. Hollow Notes, you speak the language of my peoples. Hey there, nice to see you, Jamie Hart. Our Torso, brutal, who done it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Our Torso is a solid pick, man. There are a lot of beautiful women in that flick. It just looks great all around. Yeah, it's a good one.
I like these old man mystery stories too because they're all shot on location, and that's so refreshing to me to see that. You know,
Martino had a thing with the hippie parties and shit in his movies. You know?
I mean, it was the 70s.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying Martino in particular. You know?
That's his pervert movie for sure. That's definitely Martino's pervert movie.
Gizmo says, since Brad is an Italian, has an Italian in the list, he is now my God. Let's give the man likes and subscribers, give everyone subscribers. Come on, spread the sperm. Believe it or not, Gizmo is actually a pretty normal guy. I mean, he's actually a really normal guy in this stream. I'm gonna be honest with you, Gizmo. I thought for a while you were a psychopath. Straight up. I mean, we talked for a long time last night. And Gizmo, man, he's a great dude.
He says that with love, Giz.
He's totally insane.
I do. Like I said, I like you more because of that.
This is the kind of guy like Jeffrey Dahmer looked normal. Jeffrey Dahmer looked like a normal dude until they found out what was really going on behind closed doors. I'm telling you, behind those eyes, that's just a black void of madness.
Yeah. Wound fucking.
All right. Exodus number 4, y'all possessed. Insano James, have any of you seen the new Freddy Krueger actor? If you have, let me know your thoughts on it, guys.
I haven't. No, I haven't.
I want to say it was just like a picture somebody put on Instagram or whatever of the guy that's going to be in that fan film or something they're doing. I don't remember his name.
I haven't seen it.
It was okay. Hollow says, no slip. Pop's definitely possessed. Yeah, I know. I actually, like I said, they have it in my collection. That was cheap. You know, is what it is. I'm expecting that to get a 4K here soon. I think it's already been announced or rumored, so I didn't want to spend too much on it. I got it pretty cheap on Amazon. Wild Wrangler says, watching Silent Night, Deadly Night, 84, 38 years later.
Nice.
Good movie. Love that movie.
Gizmo says, Hulk, though, you're not welcome in my birthday. Hulk is a green, sexy love machine in the Ang Lee film, My Hero. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that one either, Anthony.
That's a Gizmo.
All right, Gizmo. Great pick, Pops. Just too low on the list, or is it too high? Who knows? It should be number 2. Yeah, it could be. But, you know. Gizmo, I'm crashing your fucking birthday party and teabagging your Hulk birthday cake. There's a visual for you. Mika said The Exorcist is one of the few horror films that still scares me. Yeah, me too, Mika. It still fucks with me. Number 4, Anthony says, is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Nurse Ratched is one of the most evil bitches of film history. Rest in peace, by the way. It's a beautiful film with a heartbreaking ending. Jack Nicholson gives a great performance. Yes, one of his best performances. Allie says, I thought Birds of Prey was a fun time. Margot Robbie is great as Harley Quinn, and I loved Ian McGregor as Roman Sionis. Yeah, I could look at Margot Robbie in anything, but I was hoping that was going to be better because I loved her in
Wolf of Wall Street.
Suicide?
Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street, but the other was Suicide Squad. I loved her character
Suicide Squad,
Squad.
yeah.
And I was
Harley
really
Quinn.
high about seeing this one. It let me down a little bit, but I enjoyed it.
The first Suicide Squad was terrible, though.
I mean, it was fun. I mean, I went in there, you know,
Suicide Squad.
Suicide
Suicide Squad one, they
looked
recut
okay.
it. They recut it, right? They changed it.
No, they made a new.
Yeah, I didn't watch the
Suicide Squad
second
movie. They made a new movie.
Okay.
Yeah,
The second one's got a
it's
shark
completely
dude or
different
something.
than the first one.
It's way better.
The second one got some shark guy running around.
Yeah, that's good. I like that
Sylvester
one.
The second
Stallone
one
does
is actually really well done. But I agree with Brian. The first one I just could not get behind,
We're
and I really
watching-
wanted to, but
Watching a music video, basically.
yeah.
Gibbs says, you are too nice to me. I am normal. No one has ever called me that before. You make me cry tears of happiness. You are also normal. Thank you, Gizmo. We're having a moment, guys. I think we just became best friends.
Gizmo's guy liner is running right now.
Anthony says, will the Exorcist Blu-ray play without the slip? I haven't tried it yet. It just came in today. I'll let you know. Gizmo says, Anthony's horror and more. Are you bringing tea to my birthday? I like tea. Okay. Anyway, I'll take back what I just said, guys. Hall said, Shark with jorts. Why the fuck not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't
Shark.
watched it, so I don't know. I just seen that shit on the trailer or something.
It's a lot of fun. It's James Gunn does great shit. So
Yeah, right. I mean, you
Yeah,
really can't go wrong with James Gunn doing anything.
And the beginning of the movie, just don't get too attached to anybody.
yeah.
It's pretty wild. All right, number 3, man.
All right, we're up to 3 already. All right, this will put some juice in your balls.
Yeah. Ball juice.
You guys know me, and you know how much I like more independent films and films for filmmaking. I mean, I love blockbusters and movies that have a lot of financial backing behind them. But this movie this movie danced around in my list. It was down lower, and then it was up higher, and it landed at the number 3 spot. This is one of those either you love it or hate it movies. I love this movie, and that's 1972's Last House on the Left from Wes Craven.
Okay.
This is a movie. A little bit of context for this movie, I think, to give, and for everything in this time period, and I'll mention this a little bit more later. Remember what's going on in the U.S. at this time. We're coming right out of Vietnam, which is just turmoil. There's a lot of distrust in the government, in authority. You also got the Watergate scandal is getting ready to hit. That's like 1972 through 4. So a lot of the movies that are coming out of this time period are reflective of just this absolute chaos and this disorientation that's going on. And so this movie really highlights it. It's Wes Craven's directorial debut. Of course, he would go on to become a horror master, but kind of like Carpenter and Cronenberg and those guys. I love Wes. Don't get me wrong, Pops, don't hate me. I love everything Wes Craven did after this, especially Friday the 13th. But this is his. I think if Craven had really just kind of like Carpenter stuck to his roots, you would see somebody that's a fantastic filmmaker with this movie. Premise is a 17-year-old girl. She's celebrating her birthday. She goes out with her friends, and unfortunately, she runs into just an absolutely vile gang of rapists and murderers. And then ultimately, they end back up at her parents' house, who discovered that she's been murdered, and they take things into her own hands. And that's a big theme in these movies from the early 70s is I mean, think about Rocky, think about her dad in this movie if you haven't seen it. I mean, even think about like Jaws, which I'm sure we're going to get to. It's the common man that has to sort of take over and take responsibility. This was a highly controversial movie because of its violence. Almost ruined Wes Craven's career, more so because of the marketing. They really played it up. I think the tagline was, "Can a movie go too far?" I think if they just let it stand for its own, it would have had a lot of less controversy to it. I mean, it was panned by some critics, but a lot of major critics actually loved this movie, including Roger Ebert. And so that tells you a lot for a horror movie to actually get some praise from a film critic. The best way I can describe this movie is it's unapologetic voyeurism is what I'd call it. Wes Craven does a great job at putting you right there. Kind of like another movie we're going to talk about from this time period. It's almost got like a documentary style to it. It makes you uncomfortable. It actually puts you right in the middle of it, sort of like Deliverance did, but maybe even to a more depraved state where you don't want to be there. And Wes Craven does a great job at not allowing you to distance yourself from what's going on in this movie. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. It set the stage for home invasion movies and slasher movies. I think it was made on a budget of $90,000, ended up grossing $3 million. And so, for a movie that could almost be considered independent, it really set a tone for future films. And to me, it's by far Wes Craven's absolute best thing that he's ever done. So I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. A lot of people have seen the remake. But if you haven't seen the original 1972 Last House on the Left, you have to watch it. It's a lot of people don't like this movie because he's got a weird way of presenting horror and combining it. I talked about with Mel Brooks, the way comedy is used to disrupt or distract. Quentin Tarantino gave Wes Craven a lot of crap because apparently he got up and walked out of the middle of Reservoir Dogs, saying that he felt like Reservoir Dogs glorified violence, whereas he wanted this movie to sort of detract from it. I think that's the whole point of like the slapstick humor that's in it. Personally, I think Wes Craven, he had already kind of gotten a little too full of himself by the time Reservoir Dogs had come out. And I think he was talking out of turn, honestly, because I think he knew exactly what he was doing with this. And he was trying to make himself a major filmmaker, and he was trying to do it for shock value. And don't tell me otherwise. Otherwise, they wouldn't have marketed it the way that they did. So I think Wes Craven, honestly, what's that, Dirk?
That one scene, man, where the mom goes down on the dude, like,
right.
Really? Why'd she go that far with it?
Right. I mean, talk about having to take one for the team just to make a point.
It's like she could have done something.
And the hero in the movie being a doctor, that's
right.
Never mind you, obviously.
No. Fuck you, Brad. Listen, I'm trying to be subtle about this shit. By the way, if you haven't seen this movie, the hero of the movie is a doctor who ends up kicking some ass. So we're not all
doctor like serial killer almost.
Right. All of a sudden, he's MacGyver making shit in the house and
making shit.
Right, booby trapping the whole place. A lot of themes in this, though, that Craven uses. There's like a lot of the booby trap sequence. You'll end up seeing that in future Nightmare on Elm Street films, things like that. But I don't know. I just I really like this movie. I think it's unappreciated by horror fans today. A lot of them, the more mainstream horror fans. Check it out if you haven't seen it.
It's overlooked for sure.
Yeah. It's hardcore, man, but I like it. It's a good one.
Yeah, it's overlooked, man, because Wes Craven went such a different direction with his career. He didn't continue down that Grindhouse type route.
Yeah, and the remake's good too.
Yeah, I like the remake too.
I like the remake, and a lot of people, if they're, it's kind of like everything now. You have to be sort of like you got to be dichotomous and split about everything. But I like the remake. The people that are fans of the original hate the remake, and vice versa. But
Yeah, you can't
I
like
thought they did
both.
a good job with the remake.
You're not
Right.
allowed to like both.
Yeah, you can't. How dare you? How dare you be middle ground on anything? But
yeah. I love the original, but I don't hate the remake.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, exactly. It's a good way to point it.
Was that like a microwave involved in the second one? In the
Oh,
remake?
Yeah.
At the end, that was like the worst part of it.
That was kind of I don't know, but other than that, it's okay. It's not bad.
All right, so my number 3, I was debating between this and Exorcist as number 3 and 4. I was kind of swapping them in my mind, but it's gonna have to go to Tobe Hooper, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh yeah, I like the steelbook too.
Yeah,
that's
badass.
cool.
Damn it.
So Second Sight Steelbook. But yeah, it's probably the most grittiest horror movie. One of the most grittiest horror movies ever made. I just love the whole look and feel. This looks like it was shot on like a Super 8 camera. The grain just works so well in the movie. It just looks like I said, it looks like a home video almost. Marilyn Burns, is that her name?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Her scream at the end, like the last 10-15 minutes in the movie, like just still terrifies me. Like just hearing her screaming and then Grandpa with the
scream laughing.
Grandpa with
right.
trying to whack the fucking girl. Whack her. That whole part is just so it's so fucked up.
Here, Grandpa.
Yeah. None of the characters in this movie are really likable to me. Like none of the kids inside.
Oh, come on, man, Franklin's
nobody likes
Franklin alone.
Franklin's a motherfucker. Okay.
Exactly.
Franklin's pissed off, man. They treat him bad. They just fucking
fuck him.
They just leave him by himself and shit. Like
fuck him.
We're gonna go fucking make out.
If I have any more fun today, I might die.
He's the biggest asshole in a wheelchair I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Edwin O'Neill with the hitchhiker guy. Great performance.
Oh, yeah.
Gunnar Hansen kills it as Leatherface. That scene when he just he grabs the girl and just shuts the fucking door. That's iconic.
Oh, yeah. Favorite scene.
Hanging her on the meat hook.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep.
How disgusting the house looks and everything. With what they do with meat and everything. Their family cooking up sausages and shit and all this nasty way they cook and make their meals. I don't know. It makes me feel gross every time I watch it, and I just love it for that.
How about that score? That score is fucking awesome.
Yeah, the score too. Yep.
Fucking Cooper fucking locked himself in a goddamn room, fucking with all these crazy instruments and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure that one of you guys has this on your list. So I'm talk to
you. Don't have that on his list either.
No, hell no, man.
We'll go back to the Steelbooks, Leatherface, and go in the sunset.
Yeah.
That's badass still, though. Man.
It's like Shane. It's like the end of Shane when he's
Shane,
right?
Yeah, that's my number 3.
Hell yeah, man!
Great pick, man. Awesome.
Right. Well, it looks like we're
what you got, Dirk?
In some doubles in here.
Kick it.
But and mine don't have a slip, so but that's gonna be One Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest, man.
Mine didn't have a slip either. It was the Digibook.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Same cover though. Same cover.
Yeah, same cover. Yep.
But yeah, man. Yeah. So great fucking movie, man. Brian, he mentioned quite a bit about it, about Nurse Ratched being the fucking heinous bitch she is, and but she's real subtle about it. She's like fucking passive aggressive, real like just a fucking cunt. But anyway, so
language.
This is the family show, Dirk.
Yeah. So Korean War vet.
I was going to say she embodies what institutionalization is, but cunt works too. So
yeah. So a Korean War vet, R.P. McMurphy, pleads insanity to avoid jail time and rallies up the patients against the heinous Nurse Ratchet. And the film, it's like I don't know. It's just like Jack's starting to like he's there for himself originally, like being selfish as fuck, just trying to get out of. To me, he's like a fucking school class clown, you know, going through life this way. And he goes there and he's just trying to push it to the limit, man. Just break all the fucking, you know, trying to pass time too. But the film won, I think Brian, you mentioned that it won 5 Oscars.
Yeah.
It's 18th of the top 250 films of all time.
Mm-hmm.
It's ranked 18, but had the best one Oscar for best actor in a leading role, best actress in a leading role, best director, best writing, and it had 4 more nominations. Brad Dourif's best supporting actor, best cinematography was a nomination, best film editing, and best music. So, but Matt constantly pushes his luck and keeps bucking the system no matter where he's at. Like I said, he's like a class clown, but sees how wrong things are in the sanitarium. So he decides to live life to the fullest, no matter what Nurse Ratchet's fucking bitch ass thinks. There's always a way to play in his mindset. He's always going to play. So this film puts the audience on an emotional roller coaster. The improv from the actors is top notch. Like they stayed in character the whole time. Like when Jack Nicholson arrived on set, he was like, "What the fuck? Do these guys ever take a break?" They didn't break character like the whole time. This is in a real fucking sanitarium. So
he didn't realize they were patients he was talking to, not the other actors.
Right. And a lot of them were unknown right at the time, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, Brian touched on that. Louise Fletcher was upset because they were having fun and she couldn't. And the big chief Indian, man, Will Sampson, he was a park ranger. And they brought him in because he was the biggest Indian they could find. And because of his size and
Native American.
yeah. Indian. But many of the cast stayed in character. I mentioned all that. People couldn't realize how, like, they couldn't decipher who was, you know, we touched on that shit. I'm just rambling now. But let's see. The film was shot in sequence. Everyone got sick except for the scene where they're on the sea, and everybody got sick except Jack Nicholson during that shit. So favorite quote from the film, probably, "Which one of you nuts has got any guts?" You know, like fucking Jack saying. And he also says, "Jesus, I mean, you guys do nothing but complain about how you can't stand it in this place here, and you don't have the guts just to walk out. What do you think you are, for Christ's sake? Crazy or something? Well, you're not. You're not. You're no crazier than the average asshole out walking around on the streets, and that's it. You know." But yeah, man. Number 3, One Flew Over Cuckoo's
Awesome
Nest.
pick, man.
It's a fucking classic, man.
I love
one of my
how
favorite
this
Jack
movie
Nicholson
ends.
movies.
When I first saw how it ended, I was kind of like, damn, that's fucked up. But at the same time, you know, he was fucking pushing his fucking luck, man, the whole time. You know, and then
Dirk, that might be a better role for Jack Nicholson than even The Shining. What do you think?
Oh, fuck no. No. Fuck no. Most people might say that.
How dare you, Alan?
No.
You know, the thing is like I totally agree with you, Dirk. Like this might be one of the few movies where the supporting cast is as if not maybe more important than the lead role.
Yeah.
There's some
without it,
hitters on that in that cast. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
I mean, the whole
classic.
thing with Brad Dourif.
including the doctors and the nurse.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We are not going to ruin it because I know there's some people that hadn't seen this shit. But
yeah,
you gotta
some people, these 70s movies, man, it's kind of hard to get a lot of people to watch them because they're so old. But that's a timeless classic for a
this
reason.
one here, it's never going to be dated because
no, it's not
where
possible
it's
to
at,
do it.
because of where it's at, and
Yeah,
just
That's a good point.
institution, they largely look like that still, and
Right.
all the shit's outdated in there, My number 3, I mean, first it was going to be Jaws, then it was going to be The Exorcist, and I went back and forth on that, and I started watching some movies, and I said, well, fuck, Dirk's going to talk for 2 hours about The Exorcist, and then none of it's going to make any sense. And then Jaws, Alan will be up there crying for an hour about Jaws. And I watched this movie, man, and I just got this movie maybe a year ago, and it was in the timeline. And I watched it, and I had so much fun watching it that I decided to put it on number 3. Threw those out, and it's 1972, directed by a super Italian ass director that I'd never heard of, Emilio Miraglia. The Red Queen kills 7 times.
Oh hell yeah, man! Shit, yeah.
I loved it the first time. I watched it again. I had so much more fun with it. It's a laugh riot. But this movie is shot in Germany, but it's Italian as fuck. It's an Italian crew. It's an Italian production, but they shot it in Germany. They wanted a castle. They don't have a lot of castles left in Italy, so they went to Germany, and they found a badass castle, almost like an Overlook type castle. It's so huge and all that. So. The movie opens on 2 sisters fighting over a doll running through castle grounds. One of the little girls seems to get possessed by a painting of a woman in a red cloak and rips the doll apart with a frantic score blaring behind her, and she starts laughing evilly like a hyena type laugh. And she comes to and gets scared by it. And there's always these stories going around about the castle grounds being haunted and all that stuff, but the 2 sisters grow up to inherit the family estate in Germany, complete with the painting, and apparently the castle being haunted by a red-cloaked psychotic killer with the insane hyena laugh. It's more like a cackle than a laugh.
Yeah.
And there's again, this is another typical Brad old man mystery story type movie. Red herrings, the whole bit. This movie has really solid gore and really interesting kills, I think personally. You get clues throughout. It's kind of like even Scooby-Doo like. That's what I remember watching. I was like,
Bro,
almost like Scooby-Doo type, a story
without the Don Knotts.
Yeah, but rated R.
Definitely rated R.
One for you pesky kids.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's whatever. I'm not going to go further than that, but you get clues to who the killer is. Like the killer's a really bad driver, and things like that. And you're like, okay, well, this isn't going to be a red herring where it's going to be a man dressed as a woman. It's actually a woman. Like you can tell by just the way the killer drives, it's a woman. But the evil fucking laugh that goes on in this, and you want to play the Italian version, she's running away after just brutally murdering somebody and just laughing hysterically. It's so fucking unnerving.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
It's great, man. I mean, it really is great. And this is a really cheap arrow. I think this is like a $10 arrow I bought and watched it blind. But the great visuals, all shot on location. There's a little bit of soundstage stuff in Italy that they went back for, but great score, man. Really intense, pounding, score. Really, it keeps the energy up. And the kills, I love she's like, you can see her in the background in some scenes and stuff. If you really watch it the second time, just this fucking crazy woman in a red cloak, with a fucking dagger. I don't know, man. I just had so much fun with it. Though. It was going to be an honorable mention, and then I watched it. I just had so much fun with it, and it's a really good giallo sleeper, basically. So if you haven't seen this one, take a chance on it. Pick it up on Arrow sale. It's a good one for sure.
You know, Brad, I don't know how many times I've seen that movie mentioned, and I've never seen it. I need to pick it up.
It's a fun one, man.
Man.
It really is fun.
It's one that's rewatchable too. Like Brad's saying, man, it's good ass movie.
Yeah,
I need to pop. I'll add that to the list.
That cackle kill shit.
Yeah, do that because
is the fucking shit.
Yeah, when she murders somebody, there's always a shot of her running away. And she's just laughing hysterically.
You see that goddamn red cloak and shit
the
running
red
in
cloak
the dark,
is like flowing behind her.
and shit.
I don't know, man. It's like I said, it's almost like an R-rated Scooby-Doo, but it's fun, man.
You had me an R-rated Scooby-Doo.
She's fucking
right.
nuts, man. I'm telling you.
You just said R-rated Scooby-Doo. I'm in.
Fucking bashing somebody's head up against the fucking bank, just frantically. I don't know.
What movie are you talking about, Brad?
The Red Queen kills 7 times.
Was that your number 3?
That was number 3. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
R-rated Scooby-Doo. Maybe Daphne show her tits.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Velma all the way.
Yeah, Velma.
I got that in earlier this year, so I need to check that out.
No, it's a fun one, man. Man, you'll have fun with it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, guys. This one here probably should be a little higher, but it landed here. This number 3 pick. This is gonna be take this big bitch out. There's my man, and this is gonna be the first Dirty Harry movie, right up there.
Okay.
So, y'all know my love for Clint Eastwood. He's a living legend. Hope he lives forever. I know he's getting up there looking long in the tooth. I hate to lose him one day, man, but he's always one of my favorites. And other than the spaghetti westerns, Dirty Harry is what made me fall in love with this guy. My dad growing up, this movie came on TNT or TBS pretty much every day. And my dad was channel surfing. Didn't give a fuck how many times he watched it. If this movie was on, he would get the remote control and just set it down. And it didn't change. My mom got so fucking tired of watching this movie because Dad always ran the remote control. And he watched this bitch so many times, but I loved it every time. So this movie really makes me think of my dad. It was one of his favorites, and it's one of my favorites. This movie was directed by Don Siegel, and I may be wrong on this, but I want to say Don Siegel directed like 5 Clint Eastwood movies total. It was actually directed by Don Siegel and Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood basically directed a few scenes in this. He had, I want to say that he had just directed, played Misty for Me right before this, maybe right after this. I think it was right before this. And so there was a couple scenes in the movie he actually directed in this. But the movie had a $4 million budget, made $35 million. It's based on it's loosely based on the Scorpio killer, the real life killer, in the San Francisco area back in the day, the Zodiac killer. It's a serial killer called Scorpio. He used to taunt police and media with notes about his crimes, and one of which he threatened to hijack a school bus full of children. The role of Harry Callahan was loosely based on real life detective David Tashi, who was the chief investigator on the Zodiac case. This movie's most famous line is often misquoted. A lot of people mistakenly quote the line as, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" While the actual line is, "You got to ask yourself one question: Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?" Oh, yeah. A police department in the Philippines. It's kind of funny. A police department in the Philippines ordered a print of this movie for use as a training film for their police squad. Albert Popple, which is the guy that he asked, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" appeared in every Dirty Harry movie except for the Deadpool, playing a different character in each movie. A Smith & Wesson 44 Magnum used in this movie is now owned by prop master and weapons specialist Bill Davis, who bought it off the production company several years before this movie became popular. The revolver is still in use as part of his catalog. The movie helped popularize the Smith & Wesson Model 29 44 Magnum revolver, which experienced an upswing in sales following this movie's release. And this was the theatrical movie debut of Angie Robinson, the Scorpio killer. You guys may know Angie Robinson from the first Hellraiser. He's the daddy in the movie. I don't remember his name in the movie. So, and I didn't know that for the longest time, whatever, because he looks so much different. He's super young, obviously, but it was a while. I've watched this many times before I even realized who it was. So that was kind of cool. In 2009, I love this. In 2009, poll on MTV News, the character of Harry Callahan was voted as the greatest movie badass of all times. Dirty Harry beat other movie icons like Rambo, Ellen Ripley, and John McClane to top the spot. as Callahan is walking into the burger den before the bank robbery. You can in the movie he walks into the burger den before the bank robbery. You can see "Play Misty for Me" on the movie theater to the right of the movie frame. Which just a little nod to his first directorial debut. So I guess that came out before him. But yeah, this movie here, nobody delivers a one line. I mean, I know in the '80s it was Sylvester Stallone, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, but nobody delivers a one liner like Clint Eastwood.
Nope.
You watch movies back in this time period because of his one liners. I mean, he's got so many; they're so fucking iconic. And just like I said, he's just a super badass. Like I love everything about Clint Eastwood. These are the set of films that got me to I watched these before I watched the spaghetti westerns. These are the movies that made me a Clint Eastwood fan, which I've been a lifelong fan. Absolutely love them. Dirty Harry's a fucking classic. If you hadn't seen it, you need to go see it. All of them are great. I agree with Brad what he said about part 2. I love the premise of part 2, but part 1 just barely beat this one out. But they're all great time. Go watch them. It's a fun series to watch. Anyway, so it's a good time.
Great pick, man.
Yeah, man.
I fucking love them, man.
Can't go wrong with some Dirty Harry.
Oh yeah. Why do they call him Dirty Harry?
Because he's a dirty motherfucker.
He gets all the dirty jobs.
Yep. And by the way,
I think
I'll have to go back and double check, but I think the line you said about if a guy's running down the street with a hard on, I think that was from the first movie.
It could have been. They're the fucking same.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same shit.
Great line, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
The first one I saw was Magnum Force. That's the first one.
Yeah.
I even like the one with the horror you hate in it. The one where he goes away. They get him out of town. Yeah, they want him out of town, so he follows her, and they're like, "Yeah, get him the fuck out of town. We can't have him on the streets." And because he'll be just eating a fucking burger, and he'll thwart a fucking bank robbery and shoot 6 people. He goes for a fucking coffee. People are robbing the coffee shop. It's like, just get him the fuck out of town. I'm done with it. You can't. You've killed 11 people this month.
And by the way,
wherever this dude is.
Yeah.
And by the way, part 2 has the highest kill count. I did read that. Whatever it has, I think it has 30 deaths in that one compared to the other ones.
If you ever watch those movies, do you ever notice though that all the other detectives, they're carrying tiny little snub-nosed revolvers? Harry's gun is fucking big,
right?
Every other detective, because they're not going to use them. They're not planning on using them. He knows he's got to fucking blow somebody away. It's just going to happen. It's inevitable. And the only reason he likes the guys in Magnum Force is because they carry Magnums too. They carry bigger guns. And that's why he becomes friends with them. He's like, I like your style, guys. I don't know what it is, but I like it.
And because of his style, that they automatically thought that he was going to be right on board with them, whatever. That scene in the parking garage, they were all like, kind of surprised he wasn't going to be right on board.
When they all show up around him and, and he basically tells them he's not into it.
Yeah. All right. Wild Wrangler, Sharp Man is voiced by Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, man. It's awesome. Alice says, Harley was iconic in Suicide Squad, but I much preferred her in Birds of Prey and in Suicide Squad because she was less sexualized and more empowered. Wild Wrangler says, Last House, Cops with Chickens. Goodness says, it is not to be rude, but the location Dr. Ordinary is that today looks like the apartment of Patrick Bateman. I like the video room better.
Giz, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
Sano James, stop, don't do it till you want to get to it, till you want to come again and again.
Well, wow. That's a song. Stop, don't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why, I had no rhythm on that at all. Probably could have done that better. Gizmo says, Last House on the Left is my favorite rape and revenge movie. I wrote the script of horror when I was 11 after I saw Last House on the Left. Really a perfect terror film.
It's all coming together now, you see.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense. You watched Last House on the Left when you were 11. So.
Yeah. Cindy says, my number 3 movie is The Godfather, 1972. Marlon Brando, Al Pacino, and James Caan. R.I.P. Directed by Francis Ford Coppola. An offer you can't refuse. Yeah, man. So he says, Last House on the Left, a very good, sick movie. Gizmo says, "Have you seen The Virgin Spring by Bergman? Wes Craven never said it, but it's a remake of that film." I know that.
Yep.
Andy says, "Last House on the Left. It's only a movie. It's only a movie. It's only a movie," which is the tagline on the poster. Bizarre that both Sean S. Cunningham and Craven worked on it and went on to create two of the most iconic horror franchises. Yep.
Yeah, they split off in different directions, but their collaboration on this was phenomenal.
Yep. Yeah. Gizmo, and I do think the main reason the movie worked so well is because Craven took his porn experience as a cinematographer into it. All right. Hollow Note says, "I got to give Last House a rewatch. It wasn't my favorite the first go." All right, number 5 is Don't Look Now.
That's a solid choice.
Yeah.
Gizmo said, I meant Last House on the Left is a remake of Virgin Springs. Sorry, Norwegian English is sometimes a little fucked. Jamie Hart, number 4 is The Legend of Hell House.
Okay.
Also
that
good pick.
movie. I need to watch that. I got it there on the shelf.
It's a great pick.
Wild Random says, "Don't Look Now, good film." All right, Indy says, "Don't Look Now is amazing, Jamie. So nightmarish and unexpected." Don't Look Now, very insane. Number 3 is The Crazies.
Yeah, the original Crazies really gets overlooked, and it's kind of like our Andromeda Strain. It's a great movie.
Yeah, Romero.
Yeah, I bought it recently to check it out. I love the remake. I've never seen the original, but I got the movie now, so I have no excuse. I need to watch it.
Yeah, that remake ain't nothing compared to that.
Yeah, I like the remake too.
I like the remake, but the original is really well done.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Man, these early 70s.
Yeah, man.
Timothy Oliphant.
Yeah,
awesome. You don't like Timothy Oliphant?
No, I don't.
I thought he was.
I don't know what it is about that motherfucker.
Deadwood, Justified.
Somehow you totally believe him and Go as a fucking skeezy ass drug dealer.
Yeah.
He's like a super
Scream 2, maybe that's why. Maybe
he's good to go.
I don't know.
Even in Hitman, he's good.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
These early 70s horror flicks are so influential and hold up so damn well. TCM is just a classic film, an all-timer. I can't argue with that at all. Franklin is my favorite. Fuck Franklin.
Oh, shit. Here we go with Franklin.
Yeah, man. Franklin's the shit, dude. He's misunderstood.
I tell you, I love Franklin in part 2. Franklin's great in part 2.
Yeah. With the flashlight. Get that flashlight.
Wild Runner says, "Any of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Sally in a Nut House."
Yep.
Also dig the TCM remake, but it's not as good. Yeah, I enjoy all the except for the Matthew McConaughey. I kind of have a love for all of them.
That's Dirk's favorite remake.
I remember seeing that one in theaters, but I didn't know who the fuck they were. I first seen it, I didn't really know who they were. Matthew McConaughey. I went to see it in theaters. I was really let down by it.
I mean, it's
going back and watching
funny,
after they became big stars.
I can watch it, though. I can watch it and have a good time with it.
I've seen it 3 or 4 times. I mean, but it's definitely on the bottom of my list.
Just because of McConaughey's performance in that shit. I mean,
he's batshit crazy for sure. This is a good pick. Brian Gunnar Hansen is jerking off in his grave right now, smiling at you. There's a visual. R.I.P. Respect and love Hansen.
Yeah, no doubt.
Eubanks, Texas Chainsaw Massacre is pretty good. St. O. James just got done with an episode of Ash vs. Evil Dead, and there was a girl's head in the tool barn. What's wrong with me, Ash? I give good head. You could skull fuck be good.
No.
All right. Holland says Shane, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Well, Wrangler says Toby Hooper said, "What if I cracked the chainsaw in a store?" Pranked a chainsaw in a store. Jamie Hart says, "One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is a classic. That movie taught me that not everything will end up like you expect it to."
Yeah, same with Don't Look Now. Who thought it was going to be just an old midget in a red cloak?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, speaking on that,
I always expect an old midget in a red cloak, though. I mean,
you can see the influence of Alice Sweet Alice from Don't Look
Alice
Now.
Sweet Alice. Soul said that movie inspired him to make it.
Right.
While Reynolds says, today what happened, Chainsaw? Came says, Dirk, please let us know if you hate Nurse Karen Ratchet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's kind of a character that she plays it so well, man. It's easy to hate her, especially to hate her.
She's real subtle though about it, like real.
Is that where the Karen comes from?
Who knows, man?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
She's not really a Karen.
Yeah. She is the authority. She's the person they call to complain to.
There's a lot of symbolism behind what she is, and I won't get into it, but that whole character in the book is really what symbolizes the whole plot. But I'll just leave it at that.
I love that the hat almost looks like horns. You know, she's so fucking
which I think is actually intentional.
Yeah.
All right, and he says we need more male characters like Nicholson's and Cuckoo's Nest today. Someone who actually pushes back at the medical establishment and does it with smarts and humor. Cindy says choose one. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or The Shining. I know what Dirk's going to choose.
Oh yeah, all day, man.
I'm still going to say The Shining, but I love both of them. But The Shining still is one I go back to and rewatch more. So I have to say The Shining.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cuckoo's Nest, I can watch.
Yeah, what's going on, Ken? So Godfather?
Shining, I can watch.
Yeah,
I can watch it every week.
Yeah, Godfather, man. I don't want to spoil anything. We'll talk about Godfather later. Yeah, we'll get back to that one in a minute. Gizmo says the 70s is the time period where most movies never get dated. Few special effects, great actors, and everyone was on drugs making the films.
Absolutely, Giz.
Wild Wranglers. My birthday was last weekend. Got a gift from my parents. Got me Pennywise documentary. That's awesome,
cool.
man. I got that one.
Cool.
On my list, my stack somewhere. Yeah, I still got to watch that, man. Happy birthday, by the way. Happy belated birthday.
Yeah.
Jamie says the same thing. All right, Gizmo says, I have not seen. I'm so worried when I read a Gizmo long sentence. I'm afraid I'm going to say something really dumb. No offense, Gizmo. I have not seen any of the three of that trilogy. I have two of them, but now I put that on my January list. Love the cover art of the Red Queen.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, it's on my list.
Never saw Red Queen.
Yes.
Saw a movie Scooby Doo meets Evil Dead.
That sounds interesting.
Tony says Dirty Harry is great. Yeah, man, he's a classic in my house. Gizmo says Clint is the only dude that makes sexy racism and every ism sound cool. Can probably talk shit about my mother and I would still think it's cool. Yeah.
There's a scene where he's talking about he wants a new partner and he asks for a specific guy. And the next scene he runs into him at getting coffee and he just immediately starts talking shit. He immediately starts calling him a fat ass and all this stuff. And he starts running him down. 5 minutes ago, behind closed doors, he was praising him, going, I want him as my partner, not this kid. You know, it's all done. It's not, it's just brevity. It's just, brevity.
Yep.
All right, Tommy Starr, what's going on, buddy? Hey, guys, what's going on tonight?
What's up, Tommy?
Appreciate you being here.
Thanks
for stopping by, man.
On our Christmas stream.
And he says, I will watch anything with Eastwood. I'm almost happy that I still have over a dozen of his flicks that I've never seen to savor eventually. Recently, I rewatched Sudden Impact and The Deadpool. So good. Yeah, man. Love both of those.
Deadpool's great. Great movie.
Yeah. Jim Carrey's kind of playing the Axl Rose character, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Deadpool.
The Guns did a song for that, right?
Yeah.
Well, they played Welcome to the Jungle, I think. Jim Carrey played a rock star similar to like Axl Rose.
He plays a rock star, yeah.
It shows him filming the video for Welcome to the Jungle, but, kind of doing the Axl Rose impression.
Yeah.
Vinicio, the horror cholo, man, I love his name. What up, Brian? What up, Pops? What's going on, man?
What?
These horror says number 3 is Death Wish, one of the most renowned vigilante films out there. Bronson was quoted saying, "Violence only breeds violence." Steve McQueen and George C. Scott were also considered for the role.
That'd have
George C. Scott would have been epic.
George C. Scott would have been fantastic in that role.
That'd have been true.
Johnny, what's up, buddy? Please tell us your opinion about Sandra Locke.
Tell us more about Sandra Locke there.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, everybody knows I hate Sandra Locke, and there's many reasons, but the main reason is she's a dirty whore. That's one thing. But that aside, Clint Eastwood,
and what's wrong with that?
Yeah, but not in a good way. She can't sing. Go out and watch Any Which Way But Loose and watch her sing. Within 30 seconds, you'll hate her as much as I do.
I was just going to say, watch any
worthless whore.
I hate
about Clint Eastwood.
If Clint Eastwood wasn't fucking her, she would have never had a movie career. And
I
after
think
Clint
she did
Eastwood
really
stopped
great job.
she tried to sue Clint Eastwood for ruining her career. She would have never been in a movie without Clint Eastwood laying the fucking hard one on her. She's
she
absolutely a worthless, and rest in peace. God forbid, rest in peace. But she's a dirt ass worthless whore. That's what I got to say. Every time I see her on film, I almost want to fast forward.
Dirt
There's
ass,
so many Clint Eastwood movies, and it's just
dirt ass whore. Josie Wells.
If I had to say anything I don't like about Clint Eastwood, it'd be his taste in women. Let's move on. Because I could go another 10 minutes. I got a list somewhere about reasons why I hate her.
What do you think about her?
She's a terrible person.
What do you think about her performance in Josie Wells, man? I thought she was great in that.
Fuck, it was terrible. It was terrible. She was I take her out of the movie, you're not missing anything.
I think I agree. I think she's forget her singing. She's just terrible. She's a terrible, terrible, terrible actress.
Zero talent, man. She has zero.
She can't be directed.
Charisma, talent.
She's flat.
Yeah.
She's.
Yeah, I wish I had a clip of her singing in that fucking movie. When she sings, it makes my fucking.
Somebody get a blood pressure cuff and put it around Alan's arm right now.
What was Clint Eastwood thinking about? You know,
I mean, she's one step away from Jamie Lee Curtis.
Street walking trash, that trollop.
Yeah, man, I hate talking bad about her. I mean, I really don't, but I kind of sort of hate talking bad about her because she just died recently. But I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put Alan and Dirk. And Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah. Jamie Lee Curtis and Sandra Locke. Were they in a movie together?
Alex Tim the Elephant is great. Loved him and the Santa Clarita Diet. I want to watch that show. I never did.
That's great, man. They really screwed up by taking that off.
Yeah, it's a good little role in Once
smart.
Upon a Time in Hollywood too.
I don't know what it is about that dude, man. I don't like him. He's a fucking piece of shit.
Santa Clarita is awesome. You'd love it, Alan.
I don't know.
Yeah, I need to watch it.
I don't know what it is.
James and Tim the Elephant could get it. Santa James, I don't know how you feel, but the Batman new movie did not sit well with me. Gizmo's a huge fan of that movie. Batman. Brad just likes to narrow out.
Best movie ever. Dude.
It's okay. It's middle of the road. It's Batman, but there's no Bruce Wayne. It's Batman and Batman with regular clothes on. You know, so
it's just about a 20.
Me and Ryan and the family went theaters and seen it, and I liked it. But I definitely want to rewatch it again. It wasn't my favorite Batman, but I'm still on the fence. I need to watch it again.
Yeah.
Finally got to hear Pop say "skullfuck."
Check that off the list.
Yeah, bucket list item.
He's got a list.
Anthony Sora Moore says finger bang the like button. Number 3, Tucker and Dale versus Evil. I don't think that's in between 70 and 75.
Not this group, but that's a great movie. I love that movie.
Yeah, it is a great movie.
75.
All right. Gizmo says Sandra Locke looks like Nancy Pelosi, and they bought looks like Skeletor. The best Satan ever created in a movie.
There you go.
James said, "Have any of you seen the new Predator movie on Hulu? Prey. I like Prey.
I liked it. I thought it was well done. And it ties into the story as well.
Yeah, Sidos Cinema's got that bootleg, and he's got a really cool fucking slip. He's got it doing a giveaway right now. I think he might have did the giveaway last night, but anyway, I really want to get that bootleg and that slip. Andy says, for Sandra Locke, I think she's fine looking in The Gauntlet and actually great in Death Games, which was the original Knock Knock. She makes a good bad girl, but I get where Pops is coming from. Yeah.
I told you. She's got some fans. She's got some fans.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood.
So does Jeffrey Dahmer.
But so did Jeffrey Dahmer.
Was a huge fan.
I don't know, man. She's always rubbed me the wrong way.
People like Hitler too.
Bless her heart.
I don't like her either, man. I ain't gonna lie, but I still don't understand what the hell Clint was thinking. What the hell was he drinking? You know, shit.
Yeah, I don't know. She must have threw something on him. I don't know. Maybe she has sparks flying out of her ass. I
don't know. Had that snapper. You know what I'm talking about?
God damn it, Johnny.
Way to derail the entire stream, Johnny. Well played, my friend. Well played.
He couldn't help it. He knew that was going to happen. All he had to do was just put those two words in the chat.
Johnny's sitting there with the fucking shit stirring stick, just stirring the pot. Just stirring the pot. He knew he was going to get my ass hairs up.
Well, since your ass hairs are already up, my friend. Alan, buddy, you're my best friend of all time, and I say that sincerely with all my heart. So don't hate me for putting this at number 2, but it's got to be in my list. And I wish it could have made number 1, but here it lands.
Yep.
At number 2. This movie, for a lot of reasons, has got to be in a top 5 list, maybe in top 5 greatest movies of all time, and that's solely for what it did for the film industry. I mean, the whole idea of a summer blockbuster movie, of blockbusters in general, wouldn't exist if it wasn't for this movie. And there's a lot of reasons why this movie shouldn't have made it. Spielberg's career was sort of on the ropes with this. He went way over budget. A lot of the I'm not going to say a whole lot about this movie because I have a feeling somebody else is going to talk about it. But a lot of the cast wasn't sort of set in stone before they started filming. The script wasn't done. There was a lot of animosity between Peter Benchley and Steven Spielberg. In fact, Benchley got thrown off the set at one point in time. By the way, if you've never read the book is very, very weird. It's got a lot of weird elements in it, like the mafia is in it. It's very strange for Jaws. If you just want just this weird dichotomy and you're bored as fuck and have nothing else to do and don't have a life, go read Peter Benchley's novel.
Doesn't
Ellen Brody's a whore.
Dreyfus knock down Brody's wife in the book?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's a
yeah,
dirty
right.
whore.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm glad they didn't put that in the movie.
It's weird. It's just very weird. You got Robert Shaw, who was battling alcoholism at the time this was made, and he owed the IRS pretty much every penny he ever made. Richard Dreyfuss didn't get along with him. There's all these reasons why this movie should have not been the most iconic movie of all time, like it is. And that's really all I'm going to say about it. Is that I got to see this in the theater with Pops. I'd never actually seen this on the big screen until Alan and I went and saw it at one of our throwback movie theaters here. That's the highlight of my movie experience, is being able to actually see this like it was when it came out, like it was intended. There's few terms I throw around, but this movie really is a watershed moment, I think, in filmmaking. Fuck Citizen Kane. This movie, I think, did a lot for we wouldn't be where we're at now had they not pulled this off. And like I said, there's a lot of reasons why it shouldn't have happened. So that's all I'm going to say about it. It belongs in the top 5. It probably belongs at number 1. And I feel bad for not putting it there, but here it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Pretty good pick, man. Pretty good pick.
Possibly the greatest fishing movie ever made.
Yeah.
It's got to be 1 or 2.
It is.
Yeah. Probably 1. Maybe 2. Probably 1.
I mean, other than The Little Mermaid.
Did anybody notice, though, like when
Take you off the big screen now.
Dreyfus brings 2 bottles of wine
Yeah.
to Brody's house,
Right.
so they can get hammered, okay?
Yeah.
And he brings the wine. First of all, Brody's already drunk, but everything that Dreyfus says is hilarious to Mrs. Brody.
Oh, right.
I mean, her big titties are clapping together. Every time he talks, she is obsessed with fucking Dreyfus. And I'm telling you, they were going to put that fuck scene in the movie.
Yeah.
And at the last minute, they went, "What are we doing?"
So
families watching this, we can't do that.
They wanted it, and that's apparently that part of it is one of the things that Benchley and Spielberg like almost went like fist to fist over. Was the fact that Benchley was pissed that element was not involved, and I think you're absolutely right. I think Spielberg was toying with it at leaving it in, and then he realized better.
Yeah, I think the movie was saved by Spielberg in the editing room because
that's
where he shines is when he's cutting
if
the
you
film
took
together.
that book, if you stayed true to that book, it would have been a mediocre movie at best.
Yeah.
Well, My number 2 is Jaws.
Sorry, Alan.
Lenticular, right?
Love you, buddy.
I'm not sorry about it.
That's the lenticular slip thing.
Yeah, fuck you.
Number 2 is fucking high up there.
That's pretty high.
True. Good point, Brian. I take it back.
Where did you see my number 2?
But
I
yeah,
mean, it's higher than Armageddon.
Spielberg classic. I don't know. I know that Pops is going to really blow this out of the water here.
Yeah.
So yeah, not much I can really say about it. That I mean, I saw it in IMAX this year and it was fucking awesome. That was a cool theater.
Yeah, I missed that. I wish I'd seen that.
Yeah, I did too.
First time I've ever seen it on the big screen, so that was cool. I love all 3 of the main leads in here, as everybody else here does.
Yep.
Flawless performances by everybody. Favorite Roy Scheider movie? I don't know.
Favorite Roy Scheider movie? Well,
Oh,
He had
nobody's
so many
mentioned the
classics,
mayor
man.
yet. Nobody's mentioned the mayor, and it's fucking
Yeah, the mayor.
whoever Taylor is. deserves
or
an
my
award.
absolute
And, no,
absolute
and
favorite
in the
time
first
in the whole movie. It's a tiger shark. Oh what?
Oh, what?
Oh, what?
Yeah. Yeah, that mayor's a fucking idiot. God. He just wants to see people get ripped apart, I guess.
Yeah, he said, fellas, this is not the time or the place.
right.
That's what half-ass autopsy on a
probably
fish.
one of my main gripes about Jaws is that they don't kill the fucking mayor in this.
The mayor still has a fucking job in the second one.
He's the
The
bad
mayor's
guy.
still the mayor in the second one.
Right?
What?
Yeah, the mayor's still the mayor in part 2.
Yeah, he is.
Which is crazy. And
Why
fucking
would-
Brody's fired.
Why would you not lose your fucking job?
The guy that saved the fucking town got fired. The mayor still kept it.
My biggest gripe is that this shark doesn't
Makes
growl.
sense.
The shark doesn't growl like the boy was.
Makes logical
Right.
sense.
Yeah, man.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Good
great
pick,
pick,
man.
That's a
I
pretty
got
good
By the way,
pick,
let me
man.
just say this, because you're stuck with me on this thing. One, this book and this movie did terrible things for sharks, like which are an important part of the ecosystem. And two, although I love Quint's soliloquy about his time at the USS Indianapolis, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that a lot of those. I mean, it's very true. So I don't know if you know this, but the whole story about the Indianapolis is a very horrible but very real story about how this boat that delivered the bomb, the first atomic bomb was torpedoed, and because they were so secret, nobody knew that they were out there. And there was a lot of shark attacks, but most of the attacks were probably on already deceased sailors that were in the water. There's not a lot of evidence that these sharks were going after, and it makes sense. Sharks are not stupid. They're not going to attack when they've got this free food source. That's not going to fight back or attack them. They're not going to attack these guys in the water that can kick them, punch them, and things like that. So, sharks are fascinating to me. They're of course an apex predator, and they're I think they this movie unfortunately did a lot of damage to people's impression of them. So that's my science soapbox, and I'll get off of it now.
Yeah, and people in Australia never even saw the fucking movie, and they still hate sharks. So,
right.
Well, man. Well, my
So
number
Jaws.
2, man. Do what?
I said, so Jaws.
Yeah, Jaws. But, anyway.
It's either Jaws. It's TCM. It's got to be TCM's too.
And my number 2 is gonna be Texas
Boom.
Chainsaw Man. Yeah,
I knew it. It's a nice release too.
yeah,
Yeah,
love
it
this release, man. It costs a damn enough, but
And number 1 is Jaws.
but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. But anyway, man, I'm not gonna preach about everything that everybody knows about Texas Chainsaw, but I've said it before. My first memory with this movie, I was 6 years old as a double watch with The Exorcist. Those were my first two fucking like main movies like this that really brought me into the horror genre. And it just it had an effect on me, especially that scene with the hook. I couldn't fucking look at the screen. I had to turn away. 6 years old, watching this shit late at night. But that fucking scene and the sound design and everything, because you don't even see the hook penetrate nothing. It's all fucking set up. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. The way Hooper did shit. It's a perfect happy accident, I guess, this movie. But the big swing that's in the yard, it's a huge, gigantic swing. Have you ever noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
That swing is for fucking Leatherface.
Yeah.
So I didn't realize that shit. But
yeah,
because he's childlike,
Yep.
Another deal at the gas station. If you look at the sign, it says "We Slaughter" or "W.E. Slaughter."
Yeah.
Right? So it's the last name. It's their last name is Slaughter, and it's confirmed by Gunnar Hansen and Kim Hinkle. Gunnar Hansen talks about it in Chainsaw Confidential, his book that he wrote. But they came up with Sawyer too. I don't know what that's about, but it was Slaughter originally, the original idea. But the name Slaughter comes back in one of the ones that you don't like the most is The Next Generation. Their last name's Slaughter again. So go figure. Kim Hinkle wrote that one though. Wrote part 4. Next Generation. The batshit insane Matthew McConaughey shit. But, so Gunnar Hansen, he Hooper told him that he could play the character any way he wants to play him. So Gunnar was like, okay, well, he's going to be retarded, So he went and studied retarded people, So Marilyn Burns found Gunnar Hansen, by the way. So let's see. A lot of the blood on Marilyn Burns was actually her real blood from running through the damn bushes and shit. Yeah, through the briars and shit. And Hooper got the idea from it was like during Christmas season. There was fucking crowds of people around. He's in a fucking department store. I think he was in JCPenney's Montgomery Ward. That's right, Montgomery Ward. And he was in the chainsaw department. And he was visualizing in his mind, cranking the fucking chainsaw up so he could cut through these goddamn people. There's all these fucking people. So that's how he got the idea for Texas Chainsaw. But great movie, man. Got Ed Neal. Got a quote from Ed Neal saying that scene, the dinner table scene, was the worst time of his life. And I have been in Vietnam with people trying to kill me. So I guess that shows how bad it was.
Right.
Ed Neal played the hitchhiker. In case y'all didn't know that, but I'm sure y'all did. Another quote is, "My family's always been in Meet the Old Man. Look what your brother did to the door." I love that fucking shit. That's some shit. Fucking, and he got no pride in his home, But yeah, man, it's my number 2, Texas Chainsaw. I just figured I'd say a couple other things that hadn't really been said about it.
Yeah, man, it's a fucking classic, man. Love it. I watch it at least once a year, if not more.
Yeah, man. And I talked about it a minute ago, that all that instruments and shit, that was Hooper. He locked himself in a fucking room for like a month, playing with different fucking weird instruments and shit. Trying to
like did with the saw and violin bow and all that stuff. Made noises.
Strange,
Yeah.
weird.
It adds so much to the fucking movie,
Yeah.
man. It makes it so much more. It gives you that feeling of just
Gives it an
it's a
authentic
character in the
feeling.
movie.
It's gritty, yeah.
And the furniture shit, that's some wild shit too, man. There's some real
When
skeletons.
she falls in the living room and the chicken's up in the little cage and there's shit everywhere. You just want to go and fucking take a shower. It's like
Yeah,
bitches,
right.
So
Hell yeah.
Well, my number 2, 1972, directed by Sergio Martino. Your vice is a locked room, and only I have the key.
Yep.
Sure, this is another old man mystery story. I like these a lot, obviously, but this movie it's another Martino. It's a lot of fun. If you haven't picked this one up, it's also really cheap. I would grab it. The movie, it takes place and shot in Italy on a villa, outside of town. The movie follows Oliviero, whatever, it's Italian as fuck, played by Luigi Pistilli, again, but he's been in a lot of stuff. You can see him. If you see that actor, you go, he's been in a lot of Italian films. He was a big-time writer.
like Mario, right?
Yeah, Mario. He's got a brother named Mario. He's a former big-time writer living in a small town, and he has the biggest house in town and all that stuff. But more recently, he's just become a fucking degenerate, drunken fucking mess. But he lives outside a little country town. He has like some serious mother issues. Who had died recently. His writing career is basically over. The villa is falling apart, and he's taking it all out on his super hot wife, Irina, played by Anita Strindberg. Between the physical abuse she takes from him, constant physical abuse, all his hippie fucking sex drug parties he throws right in front of her, the maid he's fucking right in front of her. He makes her fucking drink all this. He just mixes a bunch of drinks in like a dish and makes her fucking drink it in front of everybody. Like he's just a sadist, this fucking guy. The constant affairs, the girls in town, and eventually even his own niece he has an affair with, and she knows all about it. The niece is played by Edwidge Fenech, who's a very famous Giallo whore. She's in a bunch of stuff. An icon in Giallo. On top of that, all that shit, she's being tormented by her husband's black cat named Satan, who she's inherited from. She's inherited from her. He inherited from his dead mother, who he's very attached to.
Mother,
yeah. So on top of all that, there's a series of murders happening in this small country town, and they all kind of point towards the villa. Again, it's a mystery story. I don't want to go into spoilers. Great imagery. Martino, he's very good at this stuff. He's of that quality of Fulci and Argento. He's more like Argento than Fulci, but they're all. He's a mix of both, basically.
Yeah,
it's got a great song too, man. You know that.
Yeah, another great score.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about that one song where that chick starts singing. And
these Giallos, they all have sort of a theme. They have each movie has its own kind of theme, and this one's no different. It's it's an unraveling mind story essentially. I don't want to go into exactly what's going on, but it's a loose adaptation, Italian ripoff of the Poe Black Cat story.
Yeah.
A lot of the Italians ripped it off, and a lot of Italians made their version of it. Argento, Fulci, all three of the big three.
Yeah,
they all
that just speaks on Poe. They admire the shit out of Poe.
They do, yeah. But yeah, it's a great one, man. Like I said, it's a mystery, and I don't want to spoil it at all. But it's another mansion villa, Italian villa, old man mystery story, and it's definitely one you need to check out. So add that one to the list.
In terms of psychological horrors, it's just fucked up, that dude.
It's amazing.
It's a murder mystery, but at the beginning of the movie, you're just the psychological side of it. You're like, damn. I mean,
yeah. And people
again, Martino has got the hippie party going.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The movie. Yeah.
And what a dichotomy for like this,
where she's like, "Be yourself" and all this
Yeah,
shit.
there's a woman just singing a song. You know, they're all drugged out and shit, and you know, he looks like he's significantly older than he is. He's just fucking a goddamn mess, and he treats his smoking hot wife like shit for some reason.
Just like absolute trash. Yeah, I mean, just
and everywhere she goes, people are just like, "Look at that woman, god damn!" And he's just like, "Oh, her the whore."
Yeah, like
take that fucking dress off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun one, man. I really enjoy it.
Yeah,
gotta watch it, man. Never seen it.
It works. Yeah. Could have come up with a shorter title, I think.
Yeah.
15 fucking words. But other than that, I got no complaints.
I think it's probably the most unique title out of Giallo.
It's definitely unique. Absolutely.
I don't think it's a Giallo, but
it's one
hey, Stop Stabbing Me, still awesome. Still my favorite title. All right, guys. Number 2, horror classic. Like I said, you guys already showed it. I can't get that much more deeper into it. It's gonna be Texas Chainsaw. I love this release, man. I think it's safe still what the Dirt's held up there. I think, but
different.
Yeah, man, it's just a great looking still. But they came out with 4 of these. I wish I'd have grabbed all 4 of them. I really like the one that Johnny got. That's the one I kind of wish I would have grabbed, but this is the one I went with. These things went out really fast.
This one here, the reason I went with this is because this is what I saw in the video store back in
the VHS cover art.
Yeah.
That's purely why I went with it. But
yeah, a great release, man. It's like I said, it's a classic. Obviously, I can't say much more than you guys have already said about this. I'll just give you some thoughts on it. Directed by Toby Hooper, had a $300,000 budget and made over $30 million. Marilyn Burns, Ed Neal, Gunnar Hansen as Leatherface, and of course, the worst character ever put on fucking film was fucking Franklin, played by Paul A. Partain, but you don't need to know his name. Basically, 5 friends head out to rural Texas to visit the grave of the grandfather. On the way, they stumble across what appears to be a deserted house, only to discover something sinister within, something armed with a chainsaw. And it was narrated by John Larroquette there in the beginning. And my biggest experience with him, obviously, is Night Court. I know him from Night Court. So the fact that he narrated the beginning of this movie is just kind of weird to me. According to him, though, his payment for narrating the beginning of this movie was a marijuana joint. They gave him a fucking joint, and he narrates the beginning of one of the greatest horror movies ever. Marilyn Burns, and Dirk already touched on this, whatever, when she ran through all the branches and shit, that was her own blood. The soundtrack contains, this kind of is different than what you said, Dirk, but this is the note that I took anyway. I might be wrong. The soundtrack contains no sounds from musical instruments, with the exception of some copyrighted music they had rights to. Instead, they use sounds an animal would hear inside a slaughterhouse.
Right.
So I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Hooper had a couple of instruments that were like not from they were from like Africa. I think one of them was not your everyday instruments. So
right, I got you.
Very strange shit.
All right, even in his lift boots, Gunnar Hansen could run faster than Marilyn Burns, so he had to do random things when chasing her through the woods. You'll notice in one head-on shot that he starts slicing up tree branches in the background to try to keep her from him overtaking her. Yeah. Surprisingly, the film is one of the least bloody horror films of all time. This is because Toby Hooper intended to make the movie for a PG rating by keeping violence moderate, language mild, excluding nudity entirely, and having most of the horror implied off-screen rather than shown in great detail on-screen. However, this plan had actually backfired and made the film even more horrifying because despite cutting and repeating submissions, the ratings board insisted on an X rating. And it wasn't until the film received the R rating when Hooper gave up and released it. Hooper had a similar ratings problem with the sequel. Due to the budget, Gunnar Hansen had only one shirt to wear as Leatherface. The shirt had been dyed so it could not be washed. Hansen had to wear it for 4 straight weeks of filming in the hot and humid Texas summer. By the end of the shoot, no one wanted to stand near Hansen or sit next to him during breaks to eat lunch because his clothing smelled so bad. When it was first released, the film was so horrifying that people actually walked out of the theater on sneak previews. Entertainment Weekly magazine voted this the second scariest movie ever made behind The Exorcist. It was the biggest grossing independent film until Halloween in 1978, 4 years later. And Guillermo del Toro, which I love hearing Dirk say that name, became a vegetarian after seeing this film. So those are the notes I took on it. My personal thoughts, like you guys said earlier, I think Brad mentioned that one of you guys did, the closing of the fucking door scene when he hits the guy with a fucking hammer, where the guy's jerking and it slams that door shut. It's one of the most iconic horror scenes that still chills my fucking bones when I watch it.
Yeah, and his body's twitching and shit on the floor.
He's flopping like a steer.
And you never see the hook penetrate, like you said, Dirk, whatever, but just putting her up on that hook, whatever, you feel it, whatever. And it's just done so fucking well. It really is. It's a movie that you fucking, like, you want to shower afterwards. I know people say that about other movies, but this movie, like no other, it's got a fucking grimy fucking, it's done so fucking well. And you have nobody in the movie with any fucking acting experience. There's no big stars in it. It's just a bunch of no names. But even though I hate Franklin, I think overall the kids do a decent job, but you don't watch this for the fucking kids. You watch this for Leatherface, the feel of the movie, the griminess. Yeah. It's a fucking classic. I watch it, like I said, at least once a year, if not more, and I'll continue to do that. It's just one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah. 16 millimeter film. I mean,
yeah, it helps it. Yeah.
Yep.
But
I wonder what Alan's number one's going to be. I'm perplexed.
I mean, think about how many people try to remake. Think about how many people try to remake this type of movie, and it hadn't worked. No matter how hard they try.
You've never been able to they've never been able to recreate that feel that Tobe Hooper has done.
And I think that's why so many people hate on the sequels, whatever. Obviously this is the classic, but except for the Next Generation, I enjoy all the sequels. I have a reason to like all of them. I mean, I'm not going to rank them right now, whatever, but, there's some sequels that I go back and watch more than the original even. I don't know. I think the sequels are a lot of fun. I have a reason, even the lesser ones, whatever. We won't get into all that, but I enjoy all the sequels for the most part.
So I don't know about that Leatherface 2017 or whatever that.
Yeah, but even that one, even though it's closer to the bottom of the list, whatever, I still watch it just because I love the first one so much. It's right. That universe, even if it's done in a bad way, I still enjoy it. I'm not praising all the sequels, but I do watch them. I have watched them multiple times. So
I hear you.
Do your thing, cuz.
The magic button.
All right, we're gonna leave off of here.
I like that movie though. That one. It's called just Texas Chainsaw, right?
Chainsaw or whatever.
Yeah, it's just Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah, I actually like that one.
Jamie Hart said the Rocky Horror Picture Show is her number 2. And that's a really fun theater experience. You've never had a chance to do that. If you see that playing in your local area,
right?
And especially if you live in a college town, go to that one, man. It's a fun theater experience. Jaws is great. Insano says, I love the Prey aside from the last 2 movies. I know the AVP movies did not do well, but I thought they were okay. So he says, my number 2 movie is Death Wish, 1974. Charles Bronson, directed by Michael Winner, Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Yeah, man, he's a legend.
Yep.
James said, Jaws was my first horror movie. When I was 3, I saw it at the drive-in. My parents thought I'd go to sleep. I didn't. I've been a horror fan ever since. That's my number 1.
You remember that experience when you were 3 years old? That's crazy.
Right? Yeah. I missed part 1 in theaters back in the day. I did see part 2 in theaters. I didn't see it in theaters to me and Ryan went, I guess it was last year before last. Like maybe I thought before COVID, I think. Before COVID.
I think before COVID,
yeah. But seeing that on the big screen, that was a bucket list for me. That was a great experience. Gizmo said, Jaws makes me, y'all read that. Jaws makes me drip a bit from my pee-wee. I love that film. Can we all bow down for Spielberg, one of the greatest?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love part 3 a lot too.
3? Yeah.
Gizmo, they make antibiotics for that, buddy. We'll send you some over.
Right.
Hopped up on
you can treat that, Giz.
Yeah, Dennis Quaid in part 3 is great.
He choked out his mind.
Yeah.
Sydney Eubanks, Jaws, great movie.
Damn it.
Caveman, Sandra Locke tried out for the role of Clyde. She didn't know her right from her left. Right turn, Clyde. That's good, Caveman. And Satan says, the fact that I got a sparkly vampire to play the Batman makes no fucking sense. That's why it does not sit well with me.
Yeah. Twilight Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Jaws
actually
hurt
come
the
a long
beaches.
way, but you know.
Yes. Speaking of that, another one of my bucket list items. I don't know if they still even do this or not. There's a beach over in Texas somewhere that will show Jaws on the big screen on the beach, and you have motherfuckers out in the water floating on rafts watching Jaws, like driving stuff.
Yeah, you was telling me that,
and
I was like,
really want to do that. Really want to do that.
Down in Corpus Christi or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I mean,
You
I
find a
remember,
picture of the actual event, whatever, online.
You're like actually swimming with the sharks while you're watching Jaws.
Right.
Yeah,
I remember
I
watching
think
that
that'd be a
shit,
fun
man.
experience.
Didn't want to go swimming right away. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just,
If
when I
a
first
little
seen
kid
it.
disappears, you know, fuck it, fuck him.
Right. I guess it says sharks is my favorite creatures. First week I moved from home when I was 15, I bought a Peroon shark. I had it for 2 years before it died.
Why'd you let it die, Gizmo? Shit.
We're just lucky. We're lucky he's just not very motivated. This son of a bitch is a Bond villain. I mean, we're very just lucky he just wants to make movies and hang out in his apartment.
A Bond villain, that's great.
Gizmo's had some fucking crazy pets as a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I found out where the location is where I was in 2013, Kingsland in Texas. That's where the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is located today.
Yeah, they moved it. They moved the house and everything. I don't know where it is, but I know they moved it, and it's a restaurant. Yeah.
All right. They have perfect Swedish meatballs with Norwegian grilled potatoes and Danish hot dogs. It is a Swedish woman that runs the house. Try it out. And it says number 2 is The Godfather, the best Godfather film of the trilogy. Marlon Brando steals every scene he's in. Stanley Kubrick thought the film had the best cast ever and could be the best movie ever made.
When did Gizmo say he was in Texas? The 2013. We got to check the old newspaper clippings and see if there's missing people during that fucking time in Texas.
Yeah, 2013, right there. All right, Mario, LOL. I guess it said that's a great giallo. Will you only have Italians? I must upgrade you to Gore, God Butcher, Fuck Bell. Mine is 5. Number 5 is The Hospital. 4 is The Conversation. 3 is Nashville. 2 is Jaws.
I've not seen.
I love Italian films.
Yeah.
Giallo means yellow.
Yeah.
What's going on, Scolder?
Scolder.
Oh, Scolder.
I hate the fact that we lost the voice of Batman, Kevin Conroy, last month since the 1990s.
Yeah, he used to do the animated series.
Yeah. Hold on, saying hello. Everybody saying hey to Scolder. What's up, Trini?
What's up, Trini,
Scolder,
man?
did you say MMA?
Hey.
All right, only in Texas. Guys, we're moving right along. I ain't gonna jinx us, but we're doing good.
Yeah.
Shit. I mean, they just had a cannibal a cannibal family get busted up. This was just this year.
Really?
So I mean, it's still going on. It's not just Texas.
Oh, Alan, you've always wondered what's my hot beef.
What could it be? What could it be?
That could be taken out of context, Ron.
Oh,
What's it gonna be?
Exorcist. TCM.
Okay.
I got the German version here. I really like that.
Yeah.
I like the disc art.
Yeah,
The disc art is fantastic. There's this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
What can I say about this movie that hasn't been said already? You guys know me. I'm going to take it to a weird level, but what this movie is I had written this down, and I think maybe that this is. Well, I'm going to stick with it. I think this movie really is a masterpiece for a lot of reasons. Because of the way it was made. There's very little plot narrative, if you think about it. There's very little character development, if you think about it. And yet it's very destabilizing. There's actually, like Alan said, there's very little gore for a horror movie. Yet it's probably perhaps one of the most iconic horror movies of all time. Only one person gets killed by a chainsaw. If you think about it, it's artistic in its direction and its cinematography. It's artistic in its underlying themes. I talked earlier about verisimilitude. You know, I loved when Fargo came out. Everybody raved about the fact that the Coen brothers, you know, claimed that this movie was a true story, and it turned out it wasn't true. The Coen brothers, that was their nod to Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know, it's been done before. In fact, that was, and they've said that, you know, this was their nod to Tobe Hooper. If you think about all the Coen brothers, not alone, you know, Quentin Tarantino has called this what he feels like is perhaps one of the most perfect films ever made. I don't know what could be more of a testament than somebody like Quentin Tarantino saying something like that. And the reason is, and I've said this before, this is also why I'm sure people would rip on me because he's made some less than savory movies, but this is why I think Evil Dead is such a great movie. And it's storytelling at its finest with very little
Plot.
tangible. It's the plot's not tangible. The props, really, other than a few moments, aren't tangible.
That's something I meant to mention too. It's very uncomfortable.
Yes,
he
right.
makes he makes everything uncomfortable.
Yeah,
you know?
And it almost has a guerrilla or a Gonzo-like direction. And I think that's the writing, that's the directing, that's the editing for this movie. Something else that this movie's iconic for is its ending. You know, think about endings that are left so just ambiguous, right?
Right.
The end of The Sopranos, Midsommar, all these other horror movies that you don't really know. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Tobe Hooper sort of set the stage for this in that you don't know what happens. You know, and that's all right. And you could have ended this movie without ever having even so much as a sequel, whereas other horror movies of the late 1970s, early 80s, clearly Wes Craven, Carpenter, Cronenberg, all of those guys were obviously setting it up for the idea of sequels. Whereas this movie stands on its own merit in terms of filmmaking, in terms of storytelling, and it's just it's iconic. I really truly think it is a masterpiece. And you know, think about it the other side of this thing. The villain is actually afraid of his own protagonists in this theory, in this movie, in a theory of kind of like Dirk was saying, he's vulnerable. So you have a horror movie where the guy that's killing people is actually vulnerable to the protagonists. And so it's done so well. It's done smartly. And it's the one reason why it's number one is because of the way that it was done, with very little fanfare and very, little budget. By the way, here, then I'll be done, I swear. There's a lot of people that reference what Tobe Hooper said were inspirations for this movie. Ed Gein was one of them. Serial killers, that whole idea has always been fascinating to me. I've read tons of books about them. I was fortunate enough to listen to, for those that know who John Douglas is, several of his lectures. I met him once when he came to the university I was doing my undergrad at. Ed Gein was not a serial killer. He was a grave robber. He did do some things, but if you ever want, there's a book called Deviant out there that was written about the life of Ed Gein. And Ed Gein was not far from where I grew up in Michigan. He was in central Wisconsin. Explains a lot about why he did the things he did. Ed Gein was the inspiration for Psycho, for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Ironically, though, he Silence of the Lambs. He wasn't a serial killer. He did kill 2 people. He killed 2 women, but he's often attributed for a lot of these heinous things. But if you read these books and look at his life, it becomes really clear real quick why he it was as troubled as he was, and it kind of shows you just how much you can screw somebody up in their childhood. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. So TCM, but there it is.
Yeah, man, and I forgot to mention, like, when I was a kid, I believed this shit was real, and that's what I was told. Like, I was riding through Texas with family, and my Uncle John, we were passing this house, and it looked a lot like the fucking TCM house, and they were like, "That's the house right there,"
right?
So,
And you bought it, right? I mean, that's
years later.
dude.
Yeah,
So
and
this is the same uncle that has great TV service, by the way.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he does. But but I mean, real shit, man. That had a big effect as far as not knowing till years fucking later that shit was not real,
Right.
And Blair Witch gets all the credit for that shit, but fuck that, man.
Right.
TCM. Hell yeah.
It's a good one.
I won't go as far as saying fuck that, but
He said,
Well, you know how I feel about the Blair
Alan
Witch.
and I
I love
disagree
it.
on
I love
this one, but I'm with you on that one, Dirk.
I've owned this film like countless times. Probably like this is the 4th Blu-ray edition I've owned of the movie. I've owned it a couple times in DVD, but this would be the best looking version I've seen. Black Christmas.
You checked it out on 4K?
I skimmed through it a little bit.
It looks
Yeah, I watched
good. Hell yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
But my number one pick here. I mean, not much I don't really know what else to say besides what Dirk was saying earlier about it. The killer is very creepy with his phone calls, even though all that stuff was done in post production. Whenever they were filming the movie, really, it was just Bob Clark in the background, just kind of pretend like he was making the phone call threats, like to the girls, whatever. There was nobody really talking on the other end, of course. I mean, why would they in a movie like that? So all the they didn't know all the vulgar stuff was going to be put in there until after they were done making the film in post production. And Bob Clark, even to this day, well, I mean, he's not with us really anymore, but in older interviews, he didn't know. He didn't even remember who did the eyeball scene, whose eyeball that actually was peeping through the hole. So nobody really knows that fact. It's kind of interesting.
Okay.
And you probably saw this when you're looking at trivia facts, Dirk, but when Olivia Hussey met producers for the film Roxanne and met Steve Martin on the set of that film.
He geeked out and shit.
He geeked out. He geeked out of, and she thought it was for Romeo and Juliet, her other movie from '68, but it was actually for Black Christmas. He said he'd seen it around 27 times. That's pretty cool that Steve Martin has seen this movie like that many times.
No shit,
right?
Man.
What a testament, though.
I don't even think of him as watching horror movies, really.
Right? Exactly.
But
I forgot to bring up too, man. Bob Clark's fucking rocking that rocking chair upstairs.
Oh yeah,
He's the one doing that shit.
Yeah,
and he threw a fucking cat on that
that's really creepy too. I mean, you see it in the remake and stuff, but
yeah,
I don't really see that the bag over the head death being used that often. It's one of those that was mostly just used for this movie and the remake, really. John Saxon's a great role too as the officer in here too.
Yeah.
Very awesome actor. Margot Kidder. I think Margot Kidder does a better job in Amityville Horror, in my opinion. But
I agree with you. Yeah,
pretty solid in this role.
She's a little much for the role she's trying to play in this. I think
And there was something else too, man. He spun it around. He killed the fucking virgin right out the gate. Not typical in these kind of movies.
Yep, I like the unicorn statue.
Listen, she had it coming.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Black Christmas is a all-time classic. If you haven't checked out Death Dream too, then that's another Bob Clark movie that nobody really talks about too much. It's really
good. Death Dream isn't shit.
It's way, way underrated, underappreciated movie.
Yeah.
Good pick, man.
Oh yeah. Well, we come to the end.
What's it gonna be? Jaws.
Yeah. How'd you know? Jimmy Joe? Give me The Exorcist, man.
No way.
It's got to be The Exorcist.
Is that a steelbook?
No, this is it's a slip. It's an old crusty slip.
I like that slip though.
Yeah, that's cool.
Got a little gloss.
It's
on
great
it.
art on it.
Yeah, it's a little different. It's still the same, you know.
Just an old crusty slip.
It's pretty crusty, though. Look at that shit, man. But anyway, yeah, man. This is the movie you've been waiting for, without the wait, you know. But that was one of the taglines. I thought it was kind of odd, but this is the scariest movie of all time, in my opinion. Still today, still gets me fucking in the feels. Maybe I go back to my childhood or some shit, because those fucking eyes right there, like when she's in the dark and shit, when I was trying to go to sleep and shit at night after I watched this shit, man, kept seeing that shit in my head. I was like, motherfucker, man, it was hard to go to sleep. But anyway, yeah, y'all touched on, I think Brian touched on some of the, or Alan, I think, touched on the bodyguards, the hired bodyguards with Linda Blair. But I didn't realize this, because I always heard that back in '73 people were fainting and throwing up and passing out and all this shit, you know. But it wasn't from like the scenes that you would think it was from. It was from the medical scenes. You know, where the blood's eating out her neck and shit. Like people couldn't handle that shit.
When they were doing the cerebral arteriogram, yeah.
Right. And that was pretty much accurate to the process. I don't know if that was real, like, but of course it wasn't real with Blair, but you know what I mean, when it's showing the blood skeeting and all. But anyway, yeah, this movie, man, it at the heart of it, it's about the mystery of faith, is what I believe it's about. Karras, he's kind of like lost his faith. Max von Sydow is done this shit several times before, you know, like the opening shot of the movie with where it's kind of like the dogs are fighting, and then you see the priest, Father Heron, and you see the statue of Pazuzu. It's kind of like the Face Off, you know, the ultimate good versus evil. But you can interpret this movie so many ways. Like, did good win it out, or did evil prevail? Was the whole thing to kill these two priests? I used to think that, you know, like this damn Pazuzu demon or whatever did all this shit so it could have, because there's a line where Pazuzu's talking to Karras and he's saying it'll be better when you're with us, along those lines. I'm trying to remember the exact line. I got it. I wrote it down. Because after rewatching it, I was like, whoa, shit, man. Damn it. Oh, yeah, okay, right here. The demon tells Karras, what an excellent day for an exorcism. Karras says, you would like that intensely, but wouldn't that drive you out of Reagan? It would bring us together.
Yep.
You and Reagan, you and us. You see what I'm saying? And then you find out later when you watch Exorcist 3, you're like, oh shit. It makes so much more sense now, you know. But anyway, man, it's just a great movie. It's my number 2 of all time film, like right behind The Shining. But the medical scenes were, I mentioned that. That's what was the most disturbing, why everybody's tripped out. I've always wondered about the one scene, though, and nobody ever talks about this, and I've tried to find out information about it, and I still haven't found it out. But what do you think in the scene when Ellen Burstyn goes up in the attic, and she's got a candle, and she's like looking for this rat. You know what I mean? She's looking for a rat or some kind of noise. What do you think when that candle's lit and it just flames up, just out of control on this one part? You know what I mean? And then she looks at I guess that's her like her assistant or whatever. He's right there in the hatch.
He's the housekeeper. Yeah, he's the maintenance dude. Yeah.
But she acts like it's no big deal that fucking candle.
Yeah, I've always thought that was weird too. Like what? There was a gas pocket or something. She doesn't think that's strange at all.
I mean, me personally, that's when I'm going to get some more Hilton honor points because I'm going to the fucking hotel. We're checking out.
Right.
We're moving. We're gonna, we're done.
Right. But definitely the presence is there.
And she keeps saying it's rat. If there's a rat big enough in the attic to shake the door,
right,
I'm leaving, even if it's just a rat.
And Karis is, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll just run my mouth. Go ahead.
It's okay. Karis's dream has things from Iraq, if you notice in the dream, like the clock, the dogs fighting. They're in his dream too. So it's kind of like I feel like that was the whole plan, was to get Karis. So for later on, I don't know. How do y'all interpret it? I mean, you can look at this movie. It's deeper than people realize it is. There's a lot of shit to this, but and Burt Denning's death. What the hell was he doing up in the damn room with Reagan?
Right.
There's
alcoholic
hints.
Director.
There's hints that because she don't like him. You get that sense from the very beginning. She don't like Denning.
Even before she's possessed. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's hints that he was like molesting her or something. Is what I got from it, because she's acting all weird, sexual and shit, and then he gets thrown the fuck out the window. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But anyway, that's my number one, man. The Exorcist. It's maybe I went on too long.
Great number one.
No, man, that's a hell of a pick. Good job.
Have you seen this duck? This duck exorcist?
Damn.
It's called a Tubbs figure, Tubbs or something like that.
Damn. Hell yeah.
That's
man.
awesome.
But I mean, what did y'all get any of that from that? Or
yeah.
Those are the world's wimpiest priests. That's all I know. You can't handle a fucking little girl.
Max von Sydow. Karis was like, he didn't have no faith, man. He lost his faith completely because of his mother.
I would have lost my everything. I would have lost my shit, everything in that fucking room.
The guilt from his mother.
You know what? Fuck this. I'm going back to work. I'm done with this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a real job.
Right. But
my number one, 1974, directed by Tobe Hooper. Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Y'all got this released?
Hell no, but I want it.
That's the clown.
We call that the side hustle special.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
This is a great one.
What the fuck?
Fuck. All right. God damn it.
You don't got this work? Come on, man.
No.
One of the few remakes that are better than the original, I think. This is a sequel. I'm sorry. The sequel's better than the original.
Yeah, that's a sequel. That's
Yeah,
a
it's a
true
sequel,
number
not a
two,
remake.
just like Halloween did. Halloween
I got
stole.
I got the shittiest fucking release of this movie of everybody here. I've been waiting for 4K. I didn't get the turbine, so this is a placeholder. I haven't even opened it. It's always streaming. I just streamed it.
Yeah.
I heard it was a $60,000 budget. I heard Alan say $300,000, but anyway, they didn't have a huge budget.
Yeah, it was definitely under $1 million.
Yeah, takes place in rural Texas, shot north of Austin. The movie follows a group of friends on a road trip through rural Texas after hearing news of grave robbing happening in the area where their grandparents are buried. which is shown with the macabre artwork, which I love that at the beginning. I love that imagery of the macabre artwork at the cemetery that they make.
Yeah.
You know, that along with the John Larroquette monologue really sets the stage for really when you get into the second act, because the first act kind of drags, but you, in the back of your mind, you know that these people are going to run into the people that made that macabre artwork, and it's going to be, you know, a problem. But on the radio, they keep hearing about it happening all over Texas. You know, more that stuff's happening. I mean, we talked a lot about this movie. I like the little touches in this movie. You know, the house has no outlets. It was built, didn't have power. But yet there are large generators running constantly throughout the whole movie. And they can be for only one thing, the freezers. So I just like that. And the whole reason that's the reason that they came to the house is to get gas, because they heard the generators, and, you know, just the way that drew them in. I like the weapons used, that the family used. They're all implements that you would find in a slaughterhouse, you know, going with the family that they were, you know, a slaughterhouse family. Including, you know, the killing maul, the big hammer, of course. That's how they killed beef back then. They used to crack their skull with a hammer. And the chainsaw, which I think a lot of people don't understand that was used in slaughterhouses. They just didn't put oil in them, and they would use them to cut the beef, the hanging beef, along each side of the spine to separate the pieces. It worked well, you know, so they used those for years. So that's where the chainsaw comes from, because there's not a lot of trees in that part of Texas. So again, same thing. So, you know, for me, it's the same scene as everybody. The out of nowhere iconic hammer kill, and then the door slam right into the abyss. You know, that is a brutal scene. He's out shaking like a fish. You know, I mean, it's uncomfortable, it's unpleasant, and it's seared in everyone's brain for a reason. You notice more on the rewatch. Every time you rewatch it more and more, I think the Leatherface character is played in a more complicated and really conflicted way. You know, he's just kind of following orders, and there are parts in the movie where you kind of see him take a break and, you know, collect himself.
Yeah,
like,
he's putting his hands on his face, and he's like freaking out, looking out the window. You know, like
what the hell am I doing?
He's got a weird, innocent, vulnerable side to him.
Yeah. You know, and but I do like that. You know, it's not just he's a mindless. He's like, you know, he's doing what he's told, but he's not exactly comfortable with it. You know, he puts this woman on a hook. He slams another one back in the freezer, and he's like, I'm gonna go sit by the window for a minute.
Right.
Try to figure out my next move here, if I'm doing the right thing, whatever. The chase scene imagery is great, you know, with Gunner. He's fast for a huge guy. You know, I mean, he's really run. I mean, you imagine just running all night, but that imagery with him right behind her, the saw running and everything, that's great. I love the cook playing legit insane. One of my favorite parts is the reveal with Marilyn Burns when she takes a break in the gas station, and she's kind of trying to collect herself. She feels like she's kind of safe for a minute, and she kind of like rolls her head up to get the reveal of the torso being roasted right in front of her. You know, that always gets me, man. I love that every time. And you could just, the look on her face is like, God damn it, I'm still in this. So that's a great scene. But for me, the best scene, I've said this before, my favorite part is when the hitchhiker retard goes right under the fucking tires of the semi. that does it for me every time. Every time. I mean, it's like the Grinch, you know, in the Grinch when his heart starts beating for the first time. If I had a heart, man, that just warms me in my bones when I see that. That character annoys me more than you. I hate her more than that Clint Eastwood whore. I hate him more than the Clint Eastwood whore that Alan hates. It just drives me crazy, that character. But you know, this movie, just in general, it's an icon. It's timeless. The reason it holds up so well is because the gore can't be dated, because there was no gore. It's all off screen. Right. It's all in your mind. You're imagining
all in the
what's
mind
happening. You know, and that helps it that there's no gore, because the gore can't even look dated. The blood can't look dated because there's not much of it. And the set pieces, everything about it. It's just a winner. Everybody's seen it, and 4K is coming. I'm excited to get that and retire this.
Absolutely.
So this thing will get this piece of junk. You can get this for $4. This fucking steel book, it's everywhere. So
I got that one too. Yeah.
But yeah,
it's not bad. It's not bad, by the way. You know.
No, it's not a bad release. It's just I like to.
There's just so many other ones out there now that they improved on.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna keep this short, y'all. No fucking surprise. Jaws. I mean, was ever a fucking question? Yeah, arguably my favorite movie of all time. It goes back and forth between this and Rocky. To me, this is a perfect film. Everything about it, I could put it in right now, and I'm glued to the fucking screen like I had never seen it before. There's a handful of movies that I can say that about, and this one here is the top of the list. What can I say about the fucking movie? It already been fucking said. Steven Spielberg fucking classic came out June 20th, 1975, the first summer blockbuster. And I got some numbers on that here that's pretty interesting. Over 67 million people in the U.S. Went. Now this is 1975 now. Over 67 million people in the U.S. went to see this film when it was initially released in 75, making it the first summer blockbuster. Got another thing here about that here in just a second. We're going to read that one. In 75, it opened on only 490 screens, which wasn't a lot. Within 78 days, it had become the highest grossing film of all times. Even then, however, it was still only showing on fewer than 1,000 screens. And it was the highest grossing movie until Star Wars came out. New Hope came out a few years later, which surpassed it. The music of Jaws, composed by John Williams, was ranked as number 6 on the American Film Institute for their list of 25 greatest film scores. This was the first time that Martha's Vineyard was used as the location for a feature film. Average tourist traffic tripled after the success of the movie, which you could imagine. Still a bucket list item for me is to go to Martha's Vineyard and see some of the filming locations. I got to do that one day. Something I definitely got to do.
Where is that? That's Rhode Island,
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. It's just off of Massachusetts coast.
And everybody knows this, but you're going to need a bigger boat was ad-libbed by Roy Schneider, wasn't in the script. And Richard Dreyfuss and Robert Shaw, they couldn't stand each other in real life, they couldn't stand each other during the filming, which really helped the characters out. But that being said, Richard Dreyfuss, Robert Shaw died a few years after this movie came out, like 4 years later. Richard Dreyfuss was at some kind of event or something, and he met Robert Shaw's son. And when he met Robert Shaw's son, whatever, he professed his admiration for Robert Shaw, and he got really emotional and stuff like that. So he did have an appreciation for Robert Shaw, but Robert Shaw was probably a hard guy to get along with. He was always drinking, always drunk, and you can tell he's probably a pretty gruff guy. And Dreyfuss looks like he's probably a smartass anyway. So I could definitely see the two of them button heads. And of course, the shark Bruce was named after the Steven Spielberg's lawyer. Everybody knows that. Where was it at? All right, this is pretty interesting. When a Midwestern audience were shown an early cut of the film, they were so shocked by the pop-up scare that occurs. The great white shark breaches the surface of the water as Brody's chumming off the bow of the boat, that their reactions drowned out the iconic comment, "We're going to need a bigger boat." After reviewing their taping of the moment, the filmmakers extended the sequence, adding another 10.6 meters of film to give the audience enough time to recover to enjoy the much-needed moment of comic relief provided by Brody's line. So if you notice in that shot, whatever, after he sees it, he backs up to where Quint's at, inside the hole there. And pretty interesting. And
come down here and
several decades.
Yeah, when he yells up, "You come down here and shovel some of this shit," and then the thing pops up. That's great.
Yeah, I love the chemistry between those three. You got one guy that's scared of the fucking water. You got a guy that's an old fucking grizzled seaman, and you have a fucking master goddamn scholar. Those three personalities on that boat, man, it is just such a trifecta of fucking greatness, man. I love it. I love the way those three characters work with each other. Several decades, this is kind of funny. Several decades after the film's release, Lee Fierro, who plays Mrs. Kidner, your son's the one that got eaten on the beach, walked into a seafood restaurant and noticed that the menu had an item called the Alex Kidner sandwich. She commented that she had played the mother so many years ago to the waitress. The owner of the restaurant ran out to meet her, and he was none other than Jeffrey Voorhees, who had played her son in the movie. They had not seen each other since the original movie shoot. So that was pretty interesting.
That's cool.
But yeah, the y'all were talking about the mayor earlier. The mayor's a fucking slime ball. His fucking ship anchor jacket, it's gold. It's great. I love it.
Nice
But you
jacket.
get past
Shot the couch.
the three main stars, and as Brad was saying earlier, the Ellen Brody with her fucking titties clapping, which is the highlight of the stream for me. There's really no other star power in this fucking movie. I mean, you have a bunch of like local yokels, whatever. Like when you go to the town meeting, the other actors that are in this, you know, besides Schneider and Shaw in that town meeting, you have the old man who's like he's 112. You know, you got the aggravating lady with the fucking beehive hairdo and her fucking voice. I mean, you gotta hate her.
Yep.
And but there's just no other star power in this. You got three people pretty much carrying this film. You know, obviously the shark.
Vineyard is a very affluent, very high end area, and just it's funny that the townspeople are like hicks somehow, even though it's all fucking oceanfront.
Right.
Yeah.
And what the hell is Quint's accent? He's from fucking Massachusetts. What is his accent? He's got like kind of a country accent.
Yeah, he knows.
It's what he thinks Americans sound like. That anyway it works.
And the same old guy I'm talking about, of course, is the guy that says, you know, that Roy Schneider says to that son bad hat Harry, that same actor. You know, he's old as the hills. But anyway, the beach scene, there's so many iconic fucking scenes. You know, one of my favorite scenes is actually done by the mayor when they're crossing the boat, crossing on the, what do you call it, the thing taking the car across the water. He basically, just the way he delivers this line, you know, what does it say? If you say, what was the first animal he mentioned when he says, you say shark, you know, everybody, whatever.
You say barracuda.
Whatever.
You know,
barracuda. You say barracuda,
what?
everybody goes, huh, what? You say shark. It's just the way he does it is, I don't know. I'm just a big fan of the movie, so I've seen it so many times. Of course, you got the guy on the fucking dock, whatever, that fucking, the what? I'm kind of mad I didn't put that in the fucking, open fucking intro to this video. But that shark,
me and Alan was on the phone talking about this movie, and I was like, "Yeah, man, I'd be the fucking money grubbing mayor, or you know, something like that." He said, "No, me and you'd be the fucking dumbasses at the dock. They get the dock torn
with the rose,
the ham,
right? Getting rid of his wife.
Two guys with his wife's ham.
Sunday roast.
But that shark they had up on the pier, they actually had to bring that shark up from Florida because there's not really that many of that kind of shark up in those waters of Martha's Vineyard. So by the time they got that shark there, they had it hung up on the hook, whatever. Most of the internal organs have kind of come apart and were let down like around the mouth area of the shark, and the whole shark just smelled like ass. And so everybody around that shark filming that scene had to deal with the smell of this fucking shark because it stuck up the whole fucking area. So anyway, guys, everybody knows this movie. Everybody talks it to death. You don't know how much I love it. I knew when we started this, there was no question at all. Same as y'all, this was going to be my number one. It's got contention to be my number one of all times. You know, we're going to, after this is over with, first of the year, we're going to go back and do one more stream on this topic here, and we're going to pick our top 5 of all times. So be looking to hear me talk more about this fucking movie.
No honorable mentions. It's a hard 5.
Yeah, no honorable mentions. We're just going to do 5. Our top 5 of all times.
Right, it's 5 only, yeah.
Yeah. Right. And so,
you know,
it's not going to be, you would think it's going to be just all of our number ones, but my number one in one set of years may be, you know, not going to beat out number 3 in the other set of years.
Absolutely. Yep.
So are we picking
it's going to be an interesting stream.
Are we picking just from number ones?
Just from just from this time, from 1970 to 2020.
Yep.
Top 5.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, one of the things about Jaws that I meant to say that kind of Alan hinted on a little bit. I think this is one of the most quotable movies of all time. There's so many lines, your bigger boat, smile, you son of a bitch. But to me, what shows you what Spielberg can do are the non-verbal scenes in Jaws. And there's 2 of them in particular that I think really show his ability to do in terms of storytelling. One is Roy Scheider's reaction before he even gets to the you're going to need a bigger boat line. Just his reaction. I don't know how many takes it took, but it's there's no words said, but it really conveys just this sense of absolute terror and shock and awe. And then the other scene where he's sitting at the table with his son, who's mimicking his movements. Yeah. For a horror movie, it's such a poignant, tender moment, and it really kind of sets like this underlying theme of why he's out there, right? And like Alan said, this guy's terrified of the water. He's dealing with this, it being a former New York City police officer, where he saw all of this terrible things, and that's sort of like the underlying motivation for him. Is it really comes together in just that one very brief little scene where he's sitting at the table with his kid, who really just sells it. And I think that's where you get Spielberg's. That's where Spielberg shines. And so, for a movie that's got such quotable lines, there's really other moments in it, I think, that are just are under are overshadowed by the quotable lines.
Yeah. He missed a whole bunch of quotes.
And Ryan, you were talking earlier about the USS Indianapolis, whatever. If you guys hadn't seen, it's not a great movie. It's a good movie, but if you hadn't seen the Nicolas Cage USS Indianapolis movie, it's actually not bad. Better than I thought it was going to be. So, but we will catch up on the chat, guys, and we'll get into our honorables. Alex says, it's wild to me that people still can't get past Robert Pattinson playing Edward Cullen. He's moved on since that series and shown that he's capable of more. I thought he was great in Good Time. Yeah, I loved him in Good Time.
Yeah.
I think he's a great actor.
Yeah, it was a great movie.
Good Time, Lighthouse.
Oh, yeah. So, Scholars, yes, the Culture Trini. A new Jasper. Hey, guys, another cool stream. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Indy says, my number one is Straw Dogs. It's a different kind of a peck and paw flick, but the tension in that damn flick is crazy, and Susan George can ruin any man's life. Yeah, Dustin Hoffman is such a bitch in that movie, though.
Truth. Yep.
But I just watched it for the first time this year. I've seen the remake, but I just watched the original when I got the Criterion. Anthony says, Gizmo leaves a Norwegian well dollar by every victim. That's his calling card.
Yeah. Nautical theme.
My number one movie. Yeah. My number one movie is The French Connection. Gene Hackman, Roy Schneider, directed by William Friedkin, The Smuggling Within.
Yep.
That's a great movie. That was in my top 10.
Yeah, he directed that before Exorcist.
All right, saying this is okay. I just seen a demon child crawl up some dead French woman's hoo-ha. What the fuck on Ash versus Evil Dead? Awesome.
Yeah.
Hoo-ha. Alex, I have no problem with him playing Vampire Team, but I have a problem taking him serious as Batman. He looks like a child in goth makeup.
He's playing like 20 or some shit. He's playing an emo fucking 20-year-old bitch.
Yeah, my beef wasn't with Robert Pattinson. My beef was how they wrote.
They wrote it for him to play a soft-ass 20-year-old bitch.
Exactly.
All the other guys are in their infancy. Penguin's just becoming Penguin. Riddler's a kid. They're just...
But I think
they did him wrong by writing it that way.
Yeah.
I think Catwoman nailed it, though. She knocked it out of the park.
Terrible Catwoman.
Fucking
terrible.
Yeah. Call, broad. Yeah.
Terrible.
All right. Waldo says my number one is Black Christmas 1974. Agrees with Brian.
Yeah.
Alex said the video man Gizmo. I wasn't a fan of his Bruce Wayne, but I didn't mind him as Batman. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
That's a good point. That is a great point.
For just a tiny. He's only Bruce Wayne for a little bit of time. He's mostly Batman.
Yep.
But you're in it for the record.
Batman all the time, no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
Batman all the time. So,
Yep.
Black Christmas is so great. I want to wake up my girlfriend and have sex with her right now just by looking at that cover. Hope the 4K is great. All right, man, good luck with that. I love that artwork for 4K Black Christmas, so colorful and beautiful. Marilyn Manson would be a better goth Batman than Pattinson, just my opinion. I respect yours. Peace of love and gravy.
See, like the thing is too, nobody's saying the good things about it. Like I love that kid who played the Riddler. He's good in everything he's in, and he was really good in this as the Riddler.
What's that movie he's in? Yeah. Prisoners. Is that what it's called?
Prisoners. Yeah.
Joseph. What was it? What was his name?
Paul Dano.
Paul Daniel. That's it. Yeah.
Dano. Yeah,
Dano.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like he's 12, but I'm sure he's 35.
He's got a fucking dark side to him, man.
Yeah, man. I thought he was good as that, but
he's in the Fablemans, that new Spielberg movie. I want to see that.
Oh, is he? I didn't know he was in that. Yeah, I need to see that too.
All right. Ben says, I learned that Ouija boards weren't really considered evil until The Exorcist. Before that, it was just fun party game.
Yeah.
Jamie Hart said, Ben, the movie Forever altered the outlook on Ouija.
That's true.
While Randall says, in horror, no one is innocent. Muhammad, what's going on, man? My favorite 5 movies from this time were The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Serpico, The Godfather, Dog Day Afternoon, and Duel.
Okay.
And nobody's talked about Serpico.
Well, Big Grim says, hey to Jamie. Saying to James, don't you guys love Christmas? It's on the way. It's when all the ungrateful little shitheads get what they want.
I get what I want all year long. So
Yeah, it's Christmas every day at my house.
I get packages every damn day almost.
Yeah. Alan's like, I can't
y'all looking forward.
What do you want, Alan?
Yeah, my wife said, give me some ideas what to get you for Christmas. I'm like,
I got it covered. I got it covered.
some pre-orders.
Why don't you cover me for the next year on imprint titles, honey?
Right.
All right, Ben says, y'all looking forward to David Gordon Green's Exorcist trilogy?
I'm definitely going to check
Jamie
it
Hart
out.
says, yeah, and
check it out.
that pubic hairline, I always expected he was doing something to her.
Yeah.
Coco Dutch, Exorcist, hell yeah. Gizmo, for me, I think that's the worst news of 2023. I hated this Halloween films. The first was okay, but Halloween Kills was pure poop. All note says, get you one of those tubs. They got a Chucky Ducky.
Yeah, they do.
Coco Dutch, what's going on, Coco? You make a lot of good points, Dirk, that I hadn't really ever thought about before. This is my top horror movie of all times.
Hell yeah.
This is probably just since I'm from Norway that I did not understand David Gordon Green's versions, but I hated them like cancer, ads, and crack. And I'm going to pass over this one here because he's trying to stir shit again.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Hart says, I love the DGG Halloween movies. I rambled on for over an hour on my last live stream about why. Ben says, lots of people think he didn't show gore for artistic purposes, but per his commentary track, he was just trying to get a PG rating.
That just shows you the kind of drugs that Toby Hooper was taking, where he thought he was going to get a fucking PG. Right. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I mean, I know you know Steven Spielberg, but clearly you're not Steven Spielberg, dude. You don't got his stroke.
Even if it was about puppies, the title alone is not going to get you a PG rating.
Well, Jaws gets a PG, but it's a little lighter, just a touch lighter than Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
A little.
Well, this is one of those films I can get back and rewatch anytime. Yep. Hooper on TCM. I mean, Goodman said Jamie Hart, respect and love, but no, for me, I'd rather be trapped with Kathy Bates a weekend before I see them again. Oh, this is hell yeah, man. I'll have to look into those. Coco says, Pops, these streams are perfect just the way they are. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Coco.
Yeah, thank
you. Jamie says, I get you. We're not all going to like the same things, Video Gizmo. Glad we don't. Go to Coco.
Yep. Right.
What's up, Anthony?
That's what I get.
All right, yeah, that's why movies are so fun. If you did not understand the horse icons, you have to watch a great little film called The Beast.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Don't tell you.
I'm interested. I still need to get around to it.
The Beast, what year did it come out? I love the streams, and I study film and work with films my entire life, and I think they know a lot about films. Appreciate it, Gizmo.
Appreciate that.
Brad is the only person in America I know who has seen the greatest movie ever, The Beast.
I have seen it, and I'm telling you, don't watch it.
It's 1996.
And I recommend The Beast and Heat to people.
The other side of the coin. All right, I'm tuning out and watching Jaws. You got me convinced. Yeah, man, go do it.
Yep.
All right, that's a nice story, Pops. Did he comp her for a sandwich? I would hope so.
No, that bitch is paying.
Gibbs says, smile, you son of a bitch. The only scene I don't like in the film, if they cut that out of the film, I would have given the movie a 10 out of 10.
It's one of those
it's an American thing, Gizmo.
That movie's like it's one of those perfect arc movies, like Tremors. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think they're both what I would call perfect.
Right. Holland says all those guys on a small ass boat.
That's a pretty big boat, actually.
Yeah.
Jamie says, here is another story about Jaws. I saw that shooting star and told my parents that I saw it. They weren't looking at the screen, so they didn't see it and didn't believe a 3-year-old me. Yeah, that really a shooting star that wasn't like any kind of special effect.
Legitimate shooting star, they call
Yeah,
it.
it actually.
Years later, when it aired on TV, my dad finally saw it and looked straight at me, shocked. I said, "I told you." That's awesome, Jay. Andy says, honorable mention for me is Bond Double Bill, Diamonds Are Forever, and The Man with the Golden Gun. Both films are considered low points by fans, most underrated more in counter entries. Pop's watching Gremlins next week.
Cool.
Good Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gizmo
Absolutely.
says, Hollow Notes, did you like Howard the Duck? I think you said you were going to watch it during a stream, or am I mixing you up with someone else?
Howard the Duck's one of my top movies.
There you go.
Not me, says Holland. Well, sorry, but you have to see it. It's the perfect drink yourself to death alone kind of movie. Batman Returns, 92, the best. Gizmo, I'll definitely pass then for now. All right. I saw Howard the Duck at theaters when I was 13. Talk about awkward. Paul Daniels, 38.
38. Goddamn. He looks 6'17", you know.
Right.
Yeah, he
38. He looks. Yeah. He looks.
It's insane. That's insanity. Like, what the
Really
hell?
good actor.
All right. Andy says Howard the Duck came out when I was 16, but I still haven't seen it. I even own it, but just keep putting it off.
Don't put it off.
Gizmo says Hollow Notes and Jamie Hart. I know I am weird, but I actually love Howard the Duck. So weird is even made. It was even made. It's so bad. It's like it makes my life better.
It's great.
That's the least weirdest thing about Gizmo.
Paul Daniels says Swiss Army Man.
I fucking love that movie.
That's a good one too. With,
Jason Voorhees. What's going on, Jason?
Yeah.
What's his
White
name?
Christmas,
Harry
The Side of
Potter?
Evil.
Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Exorcist, Let's Scare Jessica to Death. I just watched Let's Scare Jessica to Death a couple nights ago. My first time watch.
Was it good?
You know, I'm still thinking about it a couple days later, so it wasn't bad. I mean, it was okay. Supposed to be one of Stephen King's favorite movies, but it didn't make my list. But you notice I did put it in my intro.
Did you watch
some really creepy scenes.
the Scream Factory?
Yep.
Imprint or
I noticed
Scream Factory?
I threw the Scream Factory in. That's when I watched Scream Factories. Because actually, the reason why is because I forgot I had the imprint. I knew I had the Scream Factory, so I threw that one in. And after I was done with it, I was like, well, "Fuck, I had the imprint. I should have watched that one." It's supposed to be a better
One
transfer.
with the bitch in the water.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Don't Look Now are my top 5.
He looks kind of like a zombie.
Don't Look
and
Now is
shit.
a great movie.
Yeah, there's some creepy scenes in the movie. It's actually not a bad movie. Not a bad movie, but not in my top 5.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. Yeah.
All right. We'll move on with our honorable mentions.
All right, this won't take long. First one of my honorable mention. That so much has been said about this movie already. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on it.
Right.
I will say this. William Friedkin is to me as a phenomenal director. He's a great filmmaker. Obviously, it's one of the most iconic movies of all time. William Peter Blatty actually also, wrote the novel, helped produce it. He was a stickler for realism. He would make the set, he would refrigerate the set down so that the breath that you were seeing and then was real. He tried to make the actors uncomfortable. He demanded that, they actually film in northern Iraq. So I think I've mentioned this when we first started this. It's a phenomenal film. But it's got a lot of, I don't want to say money behind it, but it's got a lot of production behind it. There's a movie he made towards the end of his career called Bug, and I mentioned it very, very early on. And this whole movie was filmed it's in a hotel room, a motel room, with just Ashley Judd. It's got Harry Connick Jr. in it, and it really captures his ability to build anxiety and suspense. And that's what makes, I think, The Exorcist such a great movie, is that although you've got these special effects, you've got Linda Blair is possessed, it's the surrounding anxiety around it. It's Stephen King. I don't know if anybody's how much of his nonfiction stuff. He doesn't have a lot of it out there, but there's a book out called Dance Macabre. Stephen King was asked to write it. It's a nonfiction book. It's about his take on the horror genre coming up, and he talks a lot about The Exorcist, and he calls it He calls it a social horror movie, which it really is. And if you think about it, like Dirk touched on, it's about Karis's break with faith. It's about her broken marriage with her husband, her ex-husband, and how that plays into Reagan. There's the whole thing with right, and there's the whole thing with Burke. I mean, there's a lot of social themes in it that are socially horrible, and that's why I didn't say a whole lot, Dirk. But you're absolutely right. There's a lot of underlying themes outside of this possession that are equally terrifying of what's going on with this girl, what's going on with Karis. That you know, you take a priest who's lost his faith. There's a lot more implied in this movie. And that was also implied in the book that's going on. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And then, boom, Brad, I struggled.
That's a badass release right there.
What the fuck is that? Where'd you get that? Okay, I thought it was still good.
Yeah, I've had this.
That's sick as tit.
Yeah, that's the bad. I need that poster.
Damn it. That image is killer, man.
I mean,
got the Pops knock on there and everything.
Yeah, knock on that one time.
Yep, there you go. Magnum Force versus Dirty Harry. I don't know. I still can't decide, so I'm gonna leave it at that. I think you know, Dirty Harry was iconic for its own reason because it took Clint Eastwood out of that spaghetti western setting. Again, I've said this before. The whole idea behind Dirty Harry that I love is if you think about what's going on in the country at the time. You've got Watergate. You're coming out of Vietnam, which was its own fiasco, and here you've got Dirty Harry, who, you know, he's the police department that he works for is inept, right? The authorities are inept, and that's basically his motivation. He's just going to take this shit into his own hands and do what needs to be done, and it's a theme you could still see today. Magnum Force, I think, because they had a little bit more freedom, right? They knew that, all right, they've kind of like scored on this character and had more fun with it. So I could go back and forth on the two. My dad, kind of like Alan, I grew up with Clint Eastwood, both in the spaghetti westerns and with Dirty Harry, because of my dad. And so I don't know, it's iconic. I feel bad that it's not in my top 5 because it should have been, but it's got to be at least an honorable mention. So that's what you got.
And the first one was a smash hit. It had played on the Zodiac Killer, kind of theme, and everybody had to go see it because that was like big news in the country and all that stuff.
Oh, it was fresh and right,
yeah.
Awesome, man.
All right. Well, first one we're gonna go with a Disney film. I'm gonna go Bed Knobs and Broomsticks for me. I have three honorable mentions, by the way, because I thought we were doing 6 to 6.
Go ahead, man. Show
right on.
So,
right.
Yeah, this one stars Angela Lansbury. It's just she's like a witch in this movie, and they're going to find something for World War II, and involves kids and a bunch of live action meets animated type movie. It's like the one I saw this before Mary Poppins and everything. So this introduced me to like the mixed match between live action and animated, which was kind of cool back then. It's from like 71, I believe. So yeah, there's that one. And
it's a way overlooked Disney movie.
It is definitely overlooked. Like
it's a lot of
what's
fun.
Her name from Murder She Wrote, right?
Yeah. And it's got David Tomlinson, who was in Mary Poppins as well. So, won best special visual effects in 71. Then my second one is way on the other side of the spectrum. We're gonna go for it. We're going Boss. I'm covering it. gotta throw it out there for you.
Well played, Brian. Well played.
So this one's white man's town, black man's law.
I watched the trailer for that, by the way. It looks fantastic. It looks really good. I want to see it.
It is a parody of the Man with No Name trilogy. So I mean, but it's really awesome. And Fred Williamson delivers it. You know, Fred Williamson's badass in everything that he does.
Williamson, yep.
Yeah,
he
he's
is.
badass.
So if you like him, then I would definitely recommend checking out Boss.
Yeah.
There's a second.
Yeah,
There's a second
looks
one
like it's a
here.
lot
You
of
just
fun.
had
I
to
want to watch
press
it
it.
for sure.
And then for number, it's great. And there's a good song that goes with it too. And then for my third one, I'll guess I'll cover the other side because it's a double feature. But I'm picking Tales from the Crypt, the original 72.
Original.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
But yeah,
Hell yeah.
I love the and all through the house like segment towards the beginning of the movie. That's what the second episode of Tales from the Crypt the series was based off of. Was actually this with the crazy killer Santa Claus.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's really creepy in this too. But I'm not really big into like I haven't dove into like the whole Amicus and Hammer stuff, but this one's really, really freaking good. And so is Vault of Horror, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. The Tales from the Crypt, it doesn't have the Crypt Keeper. It wasn't like the EC comics, you know, back in the day. It was before that. But great film, underrated, classic.
Yeah. My favorite
Awesome.
shit in that is the Dobermans with the razor blade walls.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the shit.
I check
But
that out.
the Santa Claus, though, the creepiness is it's just.
It's
Yeah.
what?
By the way, if we're doing 3, then I'm going to put up my third one.
Which one is that? Is that 74?
That's one. Yeah.
That's the 101.
No, it's 2018. It's that one.
It's the 101 Films release.
The cover looked different. I was like, what the hell?
It's a British release.
Okay.
It's got juice in its balls.
Yeah. Juicy balls. All right. Well,
What you got, Ron Blair, Dirk?
Yep. So this is your vice is a locked room, and only I have the key. So
That movie's all right.
oh yeah.
I heard Brad
Anita
Mediocre.
Strindberg, I think that's how you say her name.
Yeah,
she's a
badass.
standout. She's a standout in this damn
She's
movie.
great. Very great actress.
the melting face on the cover there.
Yeah, I believe that's supposed to be Edwidge Finnick, but she's not. I mean, this is not her strongest role. I mean, it's her strongest role is like what she's
acting. She's actually acting in it.
I mean, you know, as far as her character's strong, not vulnerable like she usually is and shit.
Yeah, usually she's a damsel in distress, and she's not in this.
In this one, she's like not taking no shit, and she's kind of a whore, you know.
Yeah,
but,
she's definitely a whore.
Yeah, yeah, but
she fucks everybody in the goddamn movie. I mean, basically, she almost fucks the animal. I mean, she almost fucks the cat. That's how many people
she fucks. Her cousin. She fucks the damn. Fucks Anita Strindberg, you know.
He fucks her fucking uncle. He fucks her uncle's
some random
wife.
Dude that races motorbikes. Or
some fucking guy on a motorcycle. Some guy that delivers milk.
Milk.
But this was my first giallo that I ever seen, and this is what got me into the genre. This movie right here, I was like, "What the fuck, man?" I was blown away from the twist, the plot twist. You think you got it figured out? Fuck what you thought. You didn't figure shit out. That's what this movie does. It fucks your head up. But great movie, man. That's my first one. Let's see. It's also my favorite Martino. But let's see. I got a little trivia. There wasn't much facts you could find about this damn movie. But let's see. The title is a reference to another film from Martino, The Strange Vice of Mrs. Ward, in which the phrase appears on a mysterious note, apparently sent by a killer. And Finnick had top billing. But doesn't appear until 32 minutes in the movie.
Yeah. It's Strindberg. It's her movie.
Yeah, it is. And she was in what the hell other movie was she in, man?
She's been in a bunch of stuff. She was in Who Saw Her Die. She was in a lot of stuff.
There's one, I'll figure it out later, but damn. So my second one's gonna be you know, I mean, I think he gets too much credit, man, but I can't deny it, man. It's got to be
Deep Red.
Deep Red. Yeah.
Deep Red.
I mean, I got to give it to him, man. This
really
damn
solid
movie,
one.
it's fucking amazing.
This movie. It was the first where he switched into this is his new style. This was the first of his new style. Before they were more, traditional.
And that score, man, is fucking
great score. Yeah,
it goes perfectly with the visual storytelling that Argento does so well. Like there's a snorkel camera he uses in this movie, like for up close objects and shit. So if you ever seen Deep Red, at the very beginning you'll see like yarn and marbles. You see all this weird shit. You see a little baby, a little toy baby thing, and he's using a snorkel camera that they use like in commercials for this was back in 75. But anyway, just I had to touch on this, man, because I didn't realize this shit until I rewatched Deep Red. But the scene, there's a scene where there's a sash door and it's knocking. The wind's blowing, the sash door is knocking, and then there's a kill done, and the woman is put in scalding hot ass water.
Yeah. So
I was like, what the hell, man? Carpenter steal that shit too, man? Like, because that felt like fucking Halloween. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Like Halloween with the sash door, and you know what I mean? And then the scalding shit in part 2.
Yeah.
Scalding bath kill, but that bath kill was fucking brutal in Deep Red, man. But anyway.
The protagonist is like the world's biggest pussy. The composer gets beaten arm wrestling by a woman.
Oh yeah. They had to do that for some reason. I don't know
He's
why.
terrified of an old lady. Like they have a fight and it's competitive with some old bag. They did it on purpose. I get it. He's supposed to be, real feminine.
It was intentional, but he did a great job with it.
Yeah.
All the close-up shots of the killer's black leather gloves are performed by Argento.
Yeah. He does that in all of his movies.
I thought this was interesting right here. Argento said the original idea was the medium, psychic, is performing a seance in her house, and there's a killer walking by the house, and then she starts feeling that this killer done killed so many people. She starts freaking out then. That was the original idea, but he went ahead and went with the theater approach. But I thought that was pretty interesting. That would have been kind of tripped out. But his original script, like he went to a cabin by himself that he owned. It had no electricity, and he was by himself, and he just fucking wrote and wrote and wrote. And the script was 500 pages, but his dad and his brother told him to trim that shit down. You got way too much shit going on. So he trimmed it down to 321 pages. But and this is Daria Nicolodi's first Argento film. And she starred in 5 other films until he divorced her ass, I guess, until he broke up. He's like, hit
a big help
rock,
to him.
bitch,
Yep.
But anyway, that's it, man. Deep Red and
3.
Good pick.
You got a third one?
You got a third one?
I wasn't prepared for that, man.
I don't have a third one either. I went
Brian. Fucking Brian.
What are we doing?
I think Jaws is good.
Wait, way to go, Brian.
Yeah, here, I got a third one.
Can I pick Armageddon?
Yeah, that was my third one.
The extended cut. Oh, I got it.
Dirk's got 9 versions.
All right. I'll go through these pretty quick. These are all movies where children get murdered. They deserve it, little shits.
Okay.
Oh, damn.
Yes, this happens a lot in Italy. A lot of child
Deep
murder
cuts,
going on.
man. Deep cuts.
A lot of kiddie parties
Italy's
and
a hard place to live, man.
It's a tough spot,
You can't grow up because you
I already know what it is.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
Lucio
Oh, yeah.
Fulci, Don't
Yep.
Torture a Duckling.
Yep.
This is a really good movie. This is another old man mystery story. Tons and tons of red herrings, vigilantism. Some children get murdered. Parents get upset, get all whiny, and start trying to take law in their own hands. But this is Fulci's kind of foray into gore. This is where he starts to get into gore. This isn't a super huge gore movie. This is a more traditional giallo. But this is a winner for sure. It's kind of overlooked, I guess, because it's not one of his big splatter movies, but it's a good one for sure. What have you done to Solange? Massimo Delamonto.
Well, that is a Delamonto. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a movie about it's another children. A young girl gets killed. I think I took notes on this.
There's a
Standby.
a sex trafficking trade going.
Yeah, it's some kind of like weird. I don't even remember. Yeah, I don't know. It was like sex parties. I don't think it was sex trafficking. 1972. Massimo Delamonto. It's an Italian movie production, but it's shot in the UK, which is always a weird thing. Movie follows Enrico, played by Fabio Testi. He's been in a bunch of giallos, but Fabio Testi, you can imagine what he looks like. He's a professor / ballet dancer, ballet teacher. I'm sorry, whose teenage girlfriend, and I'm talking teenage as in she's in the school that he teaches at. Italy, different place. She keeps having these like cock blocking fucking visions of murder. And like every time they're starting to hook up, she starts getting these visions and it fucking, she's not into it, but it's like the murderer is like this vaginal mutilator. And anyway, Enrico's pen is found at one of the crime scenes and one of the schoolgirls in his class. And he becomes the focal point of the investigation, and it kind of follows, and it unravels into a larger story, a little bit larger story, but really interesting giallo style movie, pretty depraved, and it goes places you're not expecting it to go. This is a good one for sure. And the last one, I think I took notes on this one too. I was prepared. I was really prepared for this. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Doesn't matter. Who Saw Her Die? I don't remember who directed this. It's another old man mystery story type movie. Kids, a little girl, very little girl, gets her brains bashed in by a rock. A strange.
Italians they're not afraid to do that shit.
They'll kill kids. Some of these kids were probably killed for real. They don't give a fuck over that.
Yeah.
Like if you watch a movie with animals in it, in an Italian movie, if you saw like a cat, they probably had 25 of them because 24 of them died while they were shooting it. I mean, they
didn't give no.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. They live in a peninsula, right? I mean, come on. There's only so much room.
Yeah, they just continue shooting.
Film it. They're true to filmmaking.
Yeah. Right. So this guy and his mistress, what's her name? Yeah, Strandberg. Anita Strandberg is in this also. Super as Anthony Gar Smoke Show.
There's a big one, man. I'll figure it out. There's a big one she's in that I didn't realize. I'm like, I'll figure it out.
Anyway, her husband is with his mistress while their daughter is brutally murdered, and he's trying to find her killer. Kind of like Don't Look Now, very similar to Don't Look Now, but it's a little darker. Like I said, similar to Don't Look Now. If you like Don't Look Now, you'll like this one. Same kind of thing. But that's a good one. All those are pretty reasonable.
And that was Who Watched You Die?
Who Saw Her Die?
Who Saw Her Die?
Alan just bought it.
Alan's got
here's the reverse artwork.
Yeah, I bought that one, and I also bought What Did You Do with Solange? I bought both of those more.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, what have you done, Solange? I've heard of that one, but I've never heard of Who Saw Her Die. So I need to check that out.
It's a good one.
I figured it out. It's the Antichrist.
Who is it?
Oh, the Antichrist. Yeah, that's
the Antichrist. Yeah,
she's in that. Anita Strindberg.
Yeah. As Alan would say, the taters, the gravy.
Yeah,
she's got great tits. That lady.
The Italian version of ripoff of The Exorcist.
There's multiple Italian ripoffs of The Exorcist.
But that one's the essential.
Yeah, there's a really good one too. It's an Arrow release. I'll think of it. That's a good one. Fucking Gizmo, you're in the chat. What's that Italian ripoff Arrow release of The Exorcist?
Oh, Beyond the Door.
Beyond the
What
Door.
are you talking about? Yeah, I was gonna say Beyond the Door.
Yeah, it's fucking bonkers still.
Yeah, it is.
Halloween 16 movies.
All right, so I'll be fast with my last two. They're both in this set. It's going to be two Clint Eastwood movies. It is going to be Magnum Force.
3.
I'll just pick 2.
3, Alan.
It's going to be Magnum Force, and it's going to be High Plains Drifter.
Okay. I love High Plains Drifter. That was close.
I hadn't seen High Plains Drifter in a really long time. I just got the 4K in from Kino. Great release. If you guys are on the fence of that one, it's a great release. I'll start off with High Plains Drifter here. There's really no order for either of these. You can mix match them 1/6, 1/7. It doesn't matter. High Plains Drifter came out in 1973, directed by Clint Eastwood. It stars Jeffrey Lewis, which is Juliette Lewis's daddy. He passed away recently, but he's been in a lot of Clint Eastwood stuff. He was in Any Which Way But Loose. He was the older guy, whatever, in the John Claude Van Damme movie where he plays twins, whatever. He's like their uncle, whatever. Jeffrey Lewis is a great actor. He's a good character actor. So he was the bad guy in this, which is kind of I forgot that he was in this as the bad guy. And it was really weird to see them play a bad guy against Clint Eastwood because in every movie they're always kind of buddied up. But basically, you have a gunfighter stranger comes to a small settlement called Lego and is hired to bring the townsfolk together in an attempt to hold off 3 outlaws who are on their way basically to get revenge on the town. And the one thing about this movie is the town is absolutely filled to the rim with a bunch of pussies. They're all scared to death of their own shadows. And, they pretty much give Clint Eastwood the run of the roost. They said, look, we do anything you want. So Clint Eastwood, being the kind of dirty bitch he is, he comes in and he goes to the country store there and gets all the shit he wants. He takes the women. He gets the nicest hotel rooms. He takes full advantage of their idiocy, and he decides to kind of, the thing about it is, spoiler alert, the 3 bad guys show up and they still fuck the town up. So right. He takes care of things in the long run, but they still come in and wreak havoc. So anyway, so he didn't really do a great job of that. But it's a great movie. It was in the introduction. There's some great scenes in the movie. Not quite as iconic as some of his other ones, but still holds up. Like this is what I hadn't seen in a really long time. So I was excited to get the 4K and revisit it. A few notes here. Shortly after the movie's release, Clint Eastwood wrote to John Wayne. Now, John Wayne was already established. Clint Eastwood was still in his early part of his career. Clint Eastwood wrote to John Wayne suggesting they make a Western together. Wayne sent back an angry letter in reply in which he denounced the movie for its violence and portrayal of the Old West. Eastwood did not bother to answer his criticisms, and consequently, they never did work together. Universal Pictures wanted this movie to be shot on a studio set. Instead, Clint Eastwood had a whole town built in the desert near Mono Lake in California Sierras. Many of the buildings were complete and 3-dimensional so that interiors could be shot on location. After it was over with, everything got burned down. The movie came in under budget and 2 days ahead of schedule. Clint Eastwood is famous for being an extremely efficient director. One of the headstones in the graveyard of the town actually says Sergio Leone as a tribute.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah. It's 7 minutes before Clint Eastwood says a word of dialogue, despite being on the movie for the first from the first frame. It's pretty much just him riding into the town. Of the 4 westerns Clint Eastwood directed, this is the only one not from Warner Brothers. Universal Pictures released it. And moving on to Magnum Force, the movie came out in 1973, directed by Ted Post. Starred Clint Eastwood, Hal Holbrook, and Mitchell Ryan. Y'all know Hal Holbrook, whatever. He's the one that was married to Adriana Barbeau in the Creep Show.
Yeah.
The Crate, I think it's called. This is Clint Eastwood's favorite Dirty Harry movie.
Fluffy.
Good choice.
And uncredited, Fluffy. And uncredited Carl Weathers, Paulie Creed, can be seen briefly as one of the demonstrators protesting the RICO verdict in front of the courthouse at the beginning of the movie. So I got to go back and check that out. I didn't know that. As with Dirty Harry,
Susan Summers in this movie too.
Yes,
Yeah.
she's in the pool. Whatever. She actually that's the whole time she's ever nude on nude on screen. Yeah. As with Dirty Harry, Clint Eastwood performed all of his own stunts. His face is clearly visible in several stunt sequences. He's clinging onto the hood of Palencio's car, moving and swerving car, and he's driving a motorcycle during the climatic motorcycle chase sequence. Pretty impressive. This was the theatrical movie debut of Robert Urich. Plays Mike Grimes, Officer Mike Grimes. At 2 hours and 4 minutes in, this is the longest of the Dirty Harry movies that they did. David Soul, who played the blind cop, was then in an open relationship with Sandra Locke. Poor bastard. Both married at the time. She would become Clint Eastwood's live-in lover 2 years later. So this was the so she was just a hoe bag. She just was a hoe bag. So the sixth highest grossing movie of '73. It made more money than Dirty Harry. This was the biggest grossing movie of Clint Eastwood's career until The Enforcer came out. The highest body count, I said that earlier, of all the Dirty Harry movies at 30. Both these movies are iconic. Obviously, High Plains Drifter, I was glad to revisit that, but I will be revisiting it again soon. Grab that.
I got to
it's really
both of those because I mix them. I always mix those two up. I know I say that all the time, but it's true, man. I still don't know which one is which. Is the fucking town that gets painted red? Which one is that?
3, Alan.
That's High Plains Drifter.
Okay.
I don't have a third one.
Yeah, that's
You want a third one?
No.
No third.
I'm trying to get y'all back in the right place. No third one. So,
and shout out to
if I was going to pick a third one, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at my master list.
I know what my third one would be. Jaws. It'd be Jaws. Yeah.
Hold on a minute. You didn't pick Jaws at all in your shit?
Alan's just realizing that. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on.
This will be the last appearance of Dirk on the House channel.
That's a whole other stream right there. That's a whole other stream.
Are you sure you didn't pick Jaws somewhere in there? I know everybody picked Jaws.
Not Brad.
I didn't pick it.
Brad didn't pick it neither.
That's Brad's number 4.
Yeah,
just go with it, Brad.
The guy who did the soundtrack in Magnum Force, he did a bunch of shit in the 70s. That same guy. He did this movie too. I can't think of the fucking guy's name. Anyway, no, it's the guy. He scored like all of Clint Eastwood's movies, and I wanted to mention it, but I forgot it in the whatever.
Shit.
Somebody knows.
Enter the Dragon score. He did the Enter the Dragon.
He did the Enter the Dragon score too.
All right.
All right, we will read the chat here and get on out of here. Doing good, guys. 4 hours and 6 minutes.
Yeah, look at that.
Our longest amount of years and the shortest stream.
There'll be an hour of chat too. Now there'll be an hour of chat.
Right. Jason Morby says Black Christmas was Eye of Evil, The Exorcist, Let's Scare Jessica to Death, and Don't Look Now are my top 5. Coco, oddly enough, my fascination with Jaws didn't start with the film. It started with the ride at Universal Studios Orlando when I was a little kid. My parents told me it was a nice boat ride. Yeah, it was funny when I took my whole family there, whatever, my 4 kids, and we did the Twister ride first. And my son Adam, they were both real small kids. My son Adam lost his shit, cried, freaked out, scared him to death. And Dusty, it didn't bother him. Dusty's like basically their old kid kind of way was calling him a pussy. We left there and went to the Jaws ride, and Dusty lost his shit when his first shark first came up. Jaws, you thought he was eating Dusty, scared him to death. And Adam's just like, "What's the deal?" So it was pretty funny.
What's the deal, tough guy?
Right?
Yeah. Insana says, if you're looking forward to Christmas, don't forget your penis trees and vagina reefs.
Oh yeah, yeah, can't forget that.
You guys are related, right?
Later.
Oh yeah. Where do you think you learned that from?
Right. I taught him everything he knows
later
about
life,
trees.
The Nimrod tree and the Semiramis wreath. But anyway.
All right. I asked them about the Nice Boat Ride from when I was a kid. They told me it was based off a movie called Jaws, and the rest is history. That's awesome, Coco. Sydney says, my honorable mentions are The Taking of Pelham 123, 1974, and Enter the Dragon, 1973.
Yeah, talk about
that Dirty Harry collection was one of my first Blu-ray purchases. It's a hell of a box set from when they were still making great physical media at Warner Brothers. Yeah, I'd never seen that before. Got to head to bed, guys, but I love catching these streams when I could. Enjoy the holiday season and Merry Christmas to all if I don't see y'all before then. Appreciate it, man. Same to you.
Yeah, man.
Brad. Hey, Brad, was that Lalo Schifrin?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And when you hear the music, you go, "Oh my god!" Yeah, you know exactly who it is. He's in a bunch of 70s movies.
My honorable mentions are The Exorcist and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Goodness says, I think the doctor got that Eastwood release straight from Clint himself. It's the only one box in the world. Damn, it look cool. Is that Blu-ray or DVD? That's Blu-ray, right?
They're Blu-rays. Alan, next time you're over, yeah. I mean, I love this set. It's just
man.
Show it here a little bit.
Damn it, man!
Then,
that shit just gets better.
That's really nice, man.
And then you get
it comes with the gun, you know,
the wallet.
Yeah.
You get a little thing
that's
from
awesome release, man.
And I know it's not, but you get a little thing from Clint himself about it.
You got his autograph with it.
It's fantastic.
You got his autograph in there too, right?
Yeah. No.
Better hurry.
If it was autographed, I wouldn't be holding it up without gloves on.
Jamie Hart said, my honorable mentions are The Stepford Wives and Abominable Mr. Phoebes. I got that movie. I haven't watched it yet. Wild Wrangler says, Christmas bells, those Christmas bells ringing through the land, bringing peace to all the world and goodwill to all. Good night. All right. Hollow Note says that honorable mention looks good, Brian. That's the kind of Western for me, I think.
Yeah, man. It's a good time.
Wild Wranglers, Angela Lansbury, RIP. Goodness says, your vice is a locked room and only I have the key must be the best porn title ever for woman porn. The Italians knew how to get people in the cinema. All right. Get the chicks in the cinema and the boys will follow, just like 50 Shades. But I do have to admit I like the Italian classics more.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just jumped on me there. All right. I love that scene with the swinging door, says Jason Morbies. Good artist borrow, great artist steal.
Yep.
All right. For me, I will put Tenebrae as my number one, Phenomena second, Suspiria 3, Deep Red fourth, and I know must put Deep Red first.
Yep. So
it's hard to order that though. I mean,
the top 30 Argento stream we were going to do Gizmo.
Yeah.
Said, he just ruined it. Spoiler alert.
Oh well.
Every dog has his days. So say goodnight. Bad guy, come on one last time.
What do you say?
Goodness says, where is Thriller, The Holy Mountain, Zardoz, Female Trouble, and Boy and His Dog? I haven't heard none of those movies. Gizmo says, shivers, and thank God Brad has Fulci, Brad, the God Killer. But for real, I am actually sad that no one had Night Train Murders, my favorite Italy film.
Night Train Murders is crazy.
I've heard of Night. Yeah, I've never seen Night Train Murders, but
it's like the Italian kind of Last House on the Left. Yeah,
it's supposed to be.
It is. It's
supposed to be like this fantastic, like psychological.
It's a fucking doctor on a train.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Right.
No, at the end, there's a doctor revenge shit going on.
Right. I need to check it out.
Blue Underground release. It's still available.
It's on the video. Really? It's on the video McNasty's.
Yeah.
Well, then it's bought ass.
All right, I'm gonna read Trinity's poster as manly as I can. Pew pew. Jace, what's up, man? Did someone say Eastwood? I am the Aussie Eastwood.
The Keno Cowboy.
Yeah, that might be the only guy on the internet that likes Eastwood more than I do. Pops for the win. Gizmo says Beyond the Door.
Yeah.
All those. Hey, Jace. Appreciate being here, Jace. Trini. Jason, what's up, Holland? Wild Wranglers. Hey, the Jace. Everybody likes Jace. All right. We got Jace brings the damn sex box with him. Get rid of those.
Definitely.
All right. Gizmo said, Not Ordinary should check out Night Train Murders. I'll show it to a friend that is a psychologist. He loved the psychological aspect from the men/female.
Yep. It's on the list, Giz.
Right. Jamie Hart wants to know if Gizmo is a David Lynch fan. I'm sure he'll tell us.
You know, I did check out what is it? Elephant Man. I rewatched it. You know,
Lynch.
It's still good. It just couldn't.
It is.
It's not weird enough. It's not weird enough for Dirk for a Lynch movie. Gotta be fucking crazy.
Right.
Makes too much sense.
Our aspect of the story, and he still thinks it's one of the best films, and he hates Italian films. I tried showing him Argento and Fulci. Jamie Hart, I love Mulholland Drive, Lost Highway, Twin Peaks. I think this.
Did she say Fincher or Lynch?
She's a Lynch.
Oh, she said Lynch.
David Lynch.
Yeah.
She said Lynch. All right. I think he's had a stroke. Muhammad said, "Pops, what do you think is Clint Eastwood's most underrated movie?" Probably Honky Tonk Man. I know that movie doesn't get a lot of love at all, and I think him and his son stars in that. He plays basically a down on his luck musician. He travels with his son. He has a bad cough. That's what I remember. I hadn't seen that movie in a while, but I know it's one that I've always enjoyed. I watched it probably 10 times as a kid. It was always on fucking HBO. And it's one nobody ever talks about. I haven't had a chance to revisit it since I got this set. I definitely need to do that. But that's probably one of his most underrated movies. He does a great job in that. Nobody ever fucking talks about it.
And I agree, but got terrible reviews when it came out, which I enjoy. I
it bombed. It totally bombed.
Yeah.
But I remember loving it, and then just couldn't understand why it got such bad reviews. And it's been forever since I've seen it. But
I don't understand the hate for Cry Macho. I don't understand the hate for that one.
Yeah. The reason why I had a problem with Cry Macho, for one, it wasn't that great of a movie to start with. But Clint Eastwood is so frail now that I was worried about it the whole fucking movie, and he throws a punch.
Right.
Man's 3 years old now, 91 probably when that was made.
And that woman's ready to.
I hope
get
I wish
it
he could
on.
act forever. But after watching that movie, being as big a fan as I am, it's time for him to hang up the acting part. Maybe direct.
Here's the problem with Cry Macho has nothing to do with Clint Eastwood. The story is terrible. It's not a good story. No matter who
Dwight Yoakam was good. I love Dwight Yoakam. Dwight Yoakam's in it for about 3 minutes.
And that one woman, she's ready to throw her panties at him. They're about to stick to his chest.
The kid he's riding around with, whatever. The reason why Camino worked, fucking goddamn, what's the name of that goddamn movie? Fucking Gran Torino. The reason why Gran Torino works so well is his
El Camino,
his back and forth, his back and forth with the kids next door and stuff, whatever. The other characters worked well, and it was just a great story.
Shout out. If they fucking open that garage door and it's a shot out El Camino, nobody gives a fuck about that car anymore. The whole family will leave them alone.
They just fucking like, but Cry Macho, the kid was the worst fucking actor ever. The kid killed that movie for me. I could have got past the fact that Clint's old and whatever, but the kid was a bad actor. I just didn't like the movie. I mean, just give you an example.
I just didn't like the story. I just didn't. I mean, you could have put a 103-year-old Charles Bronson in that role, and it still would have sucked.
Yeah.
He got the senorita in the end. He got the senorita in the end.
Watch the fucking mule, dude. He fucks like 100 ladies in that movie.
Yeah, but the mule's a good movie, though.
The mule made sense for what the role they put him in the
bastard,
mule. Yeah. It's right. It's they're playing off of his history in the mule, and so there's a non sequitur in Cry Macho, whereas in the mule it makes sense.
Yeah. I like the mule though. I was just bullshitting about Cry Macho.
I like the mule,
but I did watch it.
Yeah. I'll probably end up buying it at some point. Just have the complete collection of but.
I mean, the mule would have been better if he'd been delivering the drugs in an El Camino. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I love when Lynch goes completely Lynchish in his films, but when he's telling more of a normal story, it's not that interesting. What about you?
Yeah, I agree.
Going on, Johnny?
Yeah,
but you can tell his talent.
That's the guy. That's the guy that made.
Oh, okay, yeah. I started on YouTube as part of the Twin Peaks community. I migrated into the horror community.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand.
Yeah, I still got to watch all that shit. I ain't watching any Twin Peaks. I need to get into that. Gizmo says, Jamie Hart, then you are in the right club here. We love horror, cult, and all kind of strange things. I can't talk for the others, but I like Lynch.
Yeah,
I do too.
hell yeah. Lynch is
I
shit.
Yeah.
Lynch is way underappreciated.
Yeah.
Gizmo says, Clint don't give autographs. He eats tobacco and spits on your physical shit.
He can come over and spit on my shit all day long.
Yeah.
That didn't sound right.
Sculder got a little cowboy smiley face there.
I don't care, Dirk.
No.
Scarface is in my list. Yeah.
Scarface.
Never said years.
That was in '83.
Yeah, I love Lynch films since I was 8. My background in my studio is inspired by him.
Hell yeah.
All right, Jamie, nice. Lynch is great. So your studio does not actually exist.
There you go.
I need a little smiley face. Laughing. I'm forever in the Black Lodge. I'm actually in a Twin Peaks. I'm actually in a Twin Peaks fan film.
Hell yeah.
So we are caught up on the chat, guys. Yeah, this fastest stream we ever done. You know,
Look at
like
that.
Ryan was saying, 6 years. But,
Yep. Coming in 50 minutes, 40 minutes early.
Yeah.
You know why?
covered a lot of the
I
same
think it
ground.
is because some of these films have been talked about so much that
Yeah, that's. I mean, we had a.
yeah, it's about.
I don't know.
what
Other than when we first started this, everybody had Hereditary, but this might have been the one that had the most duplicates. I mean, I'm not positive about that, but
Right.
The Exorcist, TCM,
Jaws, Dirty Harry,
Yeah.
Black Christmas.
Black
yeah, there's
Christmas.
quite a few of them.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Did anybody else pick that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Me and
somebody
Dirk.
else did pull that.
Me and Dirk.
Dirk pulled it, I think.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
For sure. It's my number.
Yeah, Brad,
three.
if I was going to pull a third honorable mention, it would probably be One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So that would probably be the one I would pull. That or Enter the Dragon. Both of those would be
I was
Enter the Dragon.
arguably a third
Enter
one.
the Dragon was real close for me, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
But guys, thank y'all for being here. We are done with this series, except for after the first of the year at some point. We don't know when yet. We're going to do our top 5 of all times through these years.
Yeah.
So that should be a fun one. We're going to pull a lot of the same stuff we already talked about, but I'm sure we'll have a different take on a lot of the things and the reason why we pulled them. So y'all be sure to check that out. I'm guessing after the New Year's at some point we'll figure it out. And we'll have something else down the road. We'll put our heads together and come up with something else.
Yeah.
But I've enjoyed the shit out of this series, and most of the same people
Hell
have
yeah,
been there
man.
every single time. And so
Yeah, it's
I
been
appreciate you
fun.
guys watching every time.
Dude, I
Yeah. Thanks.
appreciate
so much.
everybody that's been in the chat, man. It's been an absolute blast.
Yeah, man.
And this
I
group of
enjoy it,
guys here, man, anything y'all want to fucking do, we could talk about goddamn, insurance seminars. I'll fucking get over here and talk with y'all. So you guys are fucking blessed to hang out with.
Yep.
So hopefully that ain't what y'all fucking choose, but if it is,
No.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's in if it's an insurance seminar in Italy where like some kids get murdered, then I'm in.
Yeah. Exactly.
but everybody have a great Christmas, great New Year's, all that stuff. If we don't see y'all or talk to y'all, whatever. But again, thank y'all for being here, man.
Hell yeah.
Johnny, you too, buddy.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
John.
Johnny.
Oh, yep.
Yes.
So, we
Appreciate
will
everybody.
catch y'all next time.
Yep.
You guys got anything y'all want to talk about before we leave? Y'all advertise anything? Anything coming up?
Yeah, me, Dirk, Gizmo, Anthony. We got a WTF stream on Eyes Wide Shut coming up before Christmas. So
Oh,
yeah,
nice. Oh, I'll
Perfect,
definitely
Joe.
be checking that out.
Perfect
That'd be
Christmas
cool.
movie. What's
Oh,
y'all's
yeah.
favorite Christmas movie, by the way? Let's talk about that right quick.
Shit, you can do a whole.
My bad.
That's a stream.
My bad,
Whole
Joe.
That's a
stream.
stream. I mean,
Yeah, it's
Figure that out
I mean,
later.
where do you go with that? Do you go with
Yeah.
the? I mean, there's so many. Right? Is it Gremlins? Is it Die Hard?
Yeah. Is it?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's
Is it
fucking
Home Alone?
it's fucking Christmas Vacation. I mean, come on, there's no
Or is it
fucking
Christmas
that
Cut the
don't make
stream
sense.
off.
I mean, they're all what genre?
Hit the end button.
I gotta say, it's got to be Maniac.
Right? You got Maniac in there.
All right, Coco says great group of guys turned into a brotherhood. Much love to y'all. Appreciate it, Coco. Thank you for hanging out
Yeah,
with us.
appreciate it, Coco.
Let us
Yeah,
part of
yeah.
your guy there for a little while.
Appreciate it.
Badass stream, guys. Appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here before we give any more spoilers away. We'll talk to y'all soon. Y'all have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Y'all take care.
Guys.